All right. What's up, Temporal Fry? Hey, Vungard. Welcome to the Final Fantasy XI stream, where my internet is shit, and I'm already immediately dropping frames. It's fine. It's Final Fantasy XI. Who cares? We just had some really bad storms and stuff come through this morning, like super early this morning. So I think something might be going on with our internet. But yeah, welcome guys to the random Final Fantasy XI stream. This has been kind of a stressful week. I've been kind of down in the dumps. The depression bug's biting hard. And video games are and have always been my comfort, my escape when things get difficult. And over the years, I've played a lot of MMOs on and off. But this particular MMO, Final Fantasy XI, is the only one that I regularly just come back to. No other MMO has ever hit quite the same as this, for me. And if you've ever wondered why I like games like Death Stranding and stuff like that so much, a lot of that probably comes back to games like this, where the world is just massive. Like right now, I'm running this character to the city of Juno. We're low level. It's very dangerous. Lots of things could easily kill us along the way. But I want my Chocobo license on this character. And we have to go to Juno to get it. And so we're going. It's a long fucking run. And we're not even going the full distance from my starting nation of Windurst. No mounts in this game. I've got to get to Juno to do the quest to get a mount. That's what I'm doing right now. Until you do that, you've got to go everywhere on foot. It's different on modern retail servers. Things are a lot more streamlined, but I'm playing on a private server that is based on the very old level 75 era from when this game first launched. So things are a lot more difficult. It's basically almost impossible to do most things solo. But despite that, I do play solo a lot, as much as I can. But the last couple of days, this has kind of been my comfort game. And I've been leveling up my alt character, Pazuzu. I've also got a main character, Vivity. I don't know what all I'm going to be doing during the stream. I'm just going to be playing and doing multiple things between multiple characters. But right now, we're getting this character to Juno for the Chocobo license. Currently in Lethane Plateau. So we still need to run through all of Jugner Forest and all of the Saramug Champagne. Stream died. Yeah, my internet's going crazy. We had tornado warnings and shit. Like, we literally had a little tiny tornado touchdown not too far away from us, so weather has been crazy here. It's pretty much calmed down now, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's stuff wrong with the internet infrastructure. Pythonicus, thank you so much for the 48 months. The finalist of Fantasies. Yeah, we are still getting some crazy wind. Did I re-roll on Horizon? No, DevChen. I've got, you can have multiple characters on your account, because storage and things like that are so difficult in this game. You pretty much always need mule characters and secondary characters. And this is where things get interesting. So this is my one of my secondary characters. This is my cooker, my cook, my chef. So yeah, you can see there my cooking skill on this character is 85. Which is very high. It takes a long time to level up crafting, and it takes a long time to do fucking anything in Final Fantasy XI, for those who don't know. Especially for the level 75 era. These days, if you're playing on retail servers, you can speed run the fuck out of this game. You can get to like level 99 in... I mean, there literally are speed runs of people doing level 99 in less than a day. But even playing casually, you can get level 99 in like a couple of weeks. But this is a private server. This is Horizon, which is level 75 era, launch era. So there are no shortcuts, no teleporting between home points, no early game mounts, no trust system, which is where you can like summon NPCs to fight with you. None of that stuff. None of the modern convenience that, you know, pretty much led to where this game is at on retail servers. This is classic. Final Fantasy XI classic. Stream died when you answered me. Yes, so there are mounts in this game. You have to get to level 20, and you have to go to Juno, which is like one of the big central hubs of the world. And you have to do a quest to be able to get your license to ride Chocobos, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm making the run to that city. And trying not to die along the way. If I get aggroed by, like, one of these guys, they're easy prey. I'm not very well geared right now, but I can probably still fight one of these guys. But getting through Jugner Forest, they're going to be increasing in level to the point where I can't fight them. So we need to be very careful. There's a lot of aggressive enemies in the zone. This zone and the next zone. I can cast Sneak on myself to at least not worry about things that aggro by sound. But we're still going to have to... And I don't remember if anything aggroes by sound in this zone. Probably something. But I think a lot of it that we have to worry about is orcs and tigers that aggro by sight. You're really big on Final Fantasy X? How's this one? I also really like Final Fantasy X. I love Final Fantasy XI. This is the first online MMO that Final Fantasy did. And it still is going. It's like you can play on the official retail. I'm playing on a private server, but there are still official servers running for this game and updates and stuff. Relatively minor updates, but there are still updates and things happening 23 years later. And I played a lot of other MMOs. I played Final Fantasy XIV. I actually was around for Final Fantasy XIV when it first went into beta, open beta, or not even open beta, in the closed beta, and 1.0, and I was around for the shift from 1.0 to Realm Reborn, where the first version of Final Fantasy XIV had so many problems. There's a tiger. That they literally rebooted the entire game. And they made it part of the lore, which is one of the most fucking badass things. I need to go the other way. One of the most badass things you could do with an MMO like that. For the time, I thought that was really, really cool. Where, sorry, I haven't been feeling too well. My throat's going to be messed up, so I apologize for my voice. But yeah, Final Fantasy XIV. They rebooted the entire world, which is why the re-release version is called A Realm Reborn. Where pretty much the storyline of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 is worked into the overall Realm Reborn storyline. Where it's just like, yeah, Bahamut showed up. The world was destroyed. And recreated. But as much as I like Final Fantasy XIV, as much as I like a lot of other MMOs that are out there, I always come back to Final Fantasy XI. Anytime I get the itch to play an MMO, I don't want just any MMO. I want this MMO. This has been a rough week for me mentally. Comfort games? No, my God. He's easy prey. He's easy prey. I just need to bring him over here so that nothing else fights me while I fight him. And I should be able to fight him out. Dia on him. In between hits. Heal. Poison. What else I can do? Final Fantasy music goes so hard. I love the music in this game. So many people who play this game, especially who've played it as long as I have, they just like put on Spotify and listen to their own music while they're playing this. This is one of those games where I don't give a fuck if I've got tens of thousands of hours over 2 decades, 2.5 decades of playing this game. I still love the original fucking music. Lose to this easy prey work. Sending me. Oh, I'm being saved. For help on it. Oh, apparently I can't. Apparently I have that disabled. Help. I'm bioed, I can't rest. I know that guy. With this game being 23 years old, it honestly looks pretty good. I think it still holds up. You know, and there's mods. There's lots of like visual mods and things like that out there. If you want to make it look even better, but I play with pretty minimal like additions and altercations or anything. There's some built-in tools and add-ons with Horizon that are really useful, like having the mini map on screen and having all your world maps unlocked, stuff like that. That in the original base game, you had to buy all your maps or unlock them through quests, and it took forever. I'm just gonna do this. I'm not even gonna risk it. I've only got a couple of these powders left. Yeah, I got one left after this. Somebody sent me a tell. Daviel. I actually just... This person helped get my quest items last night to unlock my sub job on this character. Because you have like your primary job in this game, and then you have a sub job that you have to level completely separately, which is why mine is under-leveled right now. But yeah, I'm like white mage right now, subbing black mage. can't spell. Hey, what's up, Survivor? Final Fantasy XI, never played this one. Yeah, a lot of people missed out on this. But all-time classic MMO. Most people think of like World of Warcraft, which I played World of Warcraft a shit ton as well. But I almost never get the itch to like roll up a new character on World of Warcraft. Every few months, I'm like, I want to devote my life to living in Final Fantasy XI again. I love this game. One of my absolute favorite games. Decent amount of people on the game, and this is a private server. Like, people, so there's still a lot of people playing on retail, but I'm playing on Horizon, which is a level 75 era, like 2005 era server, without any of the updates or expansions and stuff beyond Chains of Promethea currently. They're working up towards Treasures of Adur-Gon, but it's basically a really old build of the game. And this server, even just for being a fan server, like a private unofficial server, this server still has like 2,500 people on whenever it's peak hours. Which, for like a very specific private server for a 23-year-old MMO, is kind of insane. Left 4 Dead also keeps numbers. Left 4 Dead has the benefit of like mods and things like that really, the mod community really kept Left 4 Dead going. Keeps Left 4 Dead going. Yeah, 2,500. See how many people are in game right now. 2,026. 2,026 people are on playing right now. Crazy good numbers for an MMO this old, and for a private server at that. Ooh, I'm gonna set my home point here, because if I die, I'm going all the way back to Selbina, and I don't want that. I don't want that. If I die and have to come back here, that's fine. Because getting through this next zone pretty much as long as I don't run face first into a tiger or a goblin, I should be fine. And we get that wonderful Battalion Downs music. Wild that no new Final Fantasy has been announced when they are working on 2 or 3. This will be the longest gap, right? Well, it wasn't that long ago that 16 came out, right? I still have not played 15 or 16, by the way. I've played every other Final Fantasy game. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy. I know everybody knows me for, who's past me? Melly Daviel's around here. There's the goblin I don't want to run face first into. I should have blink on. I start getting hit and have to reapply blink and take a hit. Let me just go ahead and invite. Trade. Three years, so not the worst. Might give me some more sneaking and biz. Just weird with 17 and 7. Yeah, 7 Part 3. Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 3. It's just... Okay. If Dav is running with me, then I should be okay. I just don't want to aggro stuff. Thought this would be the year for 7 Part 3, but I am mistaken. I'd rather they take their time on it, you know, and make it good. But I really enjoyed 7 Remake and Rebirth. And what's up, Yami? An ancient MMO on my streamer's channel? Yeah, that's right. Silent Hill streamer is playing other things. Alert the presses. Walking stuff is for the birds. honestly, I don't hate it. I don't mind walking places. This game. But yeah, I really like the Final Fantasy series. Final Fantasy XI was just a particularly special game for me too. One of those MMOs where I just lived in this game for years. Had a lot of my real life friends playing it with me, like Hirimi, and a lot of our friend group from back in that day. We were all playing this game together. Made a lot of really good friends through Final Fantasy XI, online friends. Some of the people who got me... It's weird how connections wind up happening. There was a person who I played with very, very regularly, who I only knew through Final Fantasy XI. And this was back in like 2000, this would have been around 2006 or 2007. I'd already been playing for a few years. And there was this person in our link shell that was always, you know, doing stuff that their name was Clockette. And I was like, you know, really good friends with this person, played Final Fantasy XI with them for years and years and years. Probably from like 2007 up through like 2011 or 2012 or so. And at that time, towards the end of that, around 2008, 2009, I started getting really heavily competitive into fighting games. So when I started getting really into fighting games, and I was talking about fighting games in our link shell, playing Final Fantasy XI at the time, and I was like, yeah, I'm playing all these fighting games, and I'm going to try and save up and go to EVO. And Clockette was like, oh yeah, you like fighting games? You know, you should play me at Marvel 2, haha. And I just kind of thought nothing of it, because there's always people who are like, yeah, I'm good at fighting games, and they're like okay, and they beat their friends, but you never know when somebody is like just talking big. So I was talking to this person, Clockette, about all these fighting games and all this stuff, and going to EVO. Fast forward to 2012, when I was going to my first EVO, and talking about it in my Final Fantasy XI link shell, and Clockette was like, hey, you'll have to come and see me, because I'm going to be at EVO too. And I was like, how am I going to find you? And he's like, well, people kind of know me, because in the fighting game scene, I'm known as Clockwork. And if you know anything about the fighting game community, Clockwork is like one of the greatest Marvel vs. Capcom players in the world. One of the best, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 legend. And super, super high level Marvel 3 player. One of the best Marvel players in the world. I had been playing with him, Final Fantasy XI with him, for years. So I had a real sweet moment at EVO 2012 where I showed up and I walked up to Clockwork, and Clockwork was like standing around talking to all these other fighting game players, like well-known people. And I was like, hey Clockwork, what's up? You know, like, I don't know how to introduce myself, that awkward first meeting of like an internet friend. And yeah, I was kind of like, hey, what's up? And they were kind of like, oh yeah, hey, kind of not really paying too much attention, but like, hey, what's up, man? And then I was like, I'm Vivi from Final Fantasy 11 in your link shell. And he like stopped what he was saying to these other people. He was sitting on the ground like in a little circle and like stood up and gave me a huge hug. It was so funny. But what sucks is I had planned on like hanging out with Clock for a lot of that Evo, because I didn't really know pretty much anybody else there the way I knew Clock from Final Fantasy 11 for so many years. And immediately after meeting Clock for the first time, Clock was like, all right, I gotta go up and play my set, and lost the set and was like not in the mood after to really like do anything, to like did not feel like hanging out, because for people like Clock, like you put so much time and effort and money into going out to those events that for me, like, I'm just a fucking pot monster. Like, I'm just a scrub who's there to hang out and have fun and play fighting games. For a lot of people like that, like, it's so much work and money and investment to go in and lose, and it sucks. It's painful. And Clock had a really painful loss. So the mood, the vibes were just not there. But that's my my Final Fantasy 11 How I Met Clockwork story. How long do you think it takes to get from 1 to 75 now? I remember it taking me months. Months? It took me like years when this game came out. It probably took me like a year and a half before I got a job to level 75 back in 2004, 2005. But I'm terrible at this game. You gotta understand, I've sunk so much time into playing this game over the years. I suck balls at this game. I am not a very good player in general. Like, I'm okay at some jobs more than others. My original character, when I first started playing, I mainly played Red Mage and Black Mage. So those are the jobs that I know the best. But I try to play other stuff. I try to do other things with other characters, and I've played a little bit of pretty much everything over the years. But in this game, it's very punishing because when you die, you lose experience. So even if you can play your job well or somewhat well, and you're so reliant on so many people to do anything, like when you level, when you go out and get experience, when you do pretty much anything, you're relying on other people, often random strangers who you just group up with in the moment to do something. And if somebody fucks something up and you die, you lose experience points, and it takes so long to get experience points back. And depending on what you do, like, you can take some really nasty back-to-back losses. So it took me a long time. It took me a long time to get my first jobs to 75. And then there's so many steps along the way. It's not just like you grind it out and you grind it out. Once you hit level 50, there's limit break quests. So you have to go and do these very specific, difficult things to gain the privilege of leveling up from like 50 to 55. And then you have to go and do another limit break quest to be able to do 55 to 60. And then 60 to 65. And then 65 to 70. And then 70 to 75. And a lot of that stuff is stuff that's real difficult to do on your own. So it's not always stuff you can get done right away. So just grinding out and getting the levels and then dying minimally so that you're not losing experience, then setting yourself back, and then you're going to have to spend time to like, oh, well, I'm out of money. Like, one of the things I'm struggling with in the game right now is I'm out of fucking money. I've been leveling up a lot of different things, jobs and crafts, between two different characters. So there's just like there's so much stuff that I'm trying to do all at once that I burned through most of the money that I've got. So it's like, well, now I've got to take time to figure out what I'm going to do to make some money. Probably cook things. Since I've taken the time to level up crafting, I just need to see what's the most, like, bang for my buck, cheap ingredients that I can churn out consistently that will sell fast and at a decent profit margin. Anyway, you wind up doing so much stuff in this game that it just takes forever. It takes forever to get anything done. So I'm playing on a 75 era private server. So on this server, it still takes months, if not years. I've already been playing this game technically since Horizon launched. So it's like been a couple of years. How old is this server now? Hold on. Horizon started in 2022. So December of this year, it'll be 4 years. So I've already been playing on and off for the last 3 years, 3.5 years. And I don't have a job anywhere close to 75. But when I say playing on and off, I mean, like, I get little bursts of, like right now, this past week, of playing the game and getting stuff done, and then I'll have months where I, like, log in and cook for maybe 3 hours, log in and fish for maybe, like, 3 hours. That's all I do over the course of, like, a month or whatever. So it still takes a long time. It still takes a very long time to level up and do shit in this game. If you're on retail, you can speedrun up to max level. You can get level 99 in like a couple of weeks. Retail is so different now. It's so much faster. It's just not even the same game. That's why I like private servers like this that maintain the feel of the game the way I remember it. Scarlet, thank you so much for the 12-month resub, that full year. Thank you so much for the love and support. Just dropping by to say hi. Thank you so much, Scarlet. I appreciate it. You're dropping in, dropping a resub. I appreciate anybody who's here right now. I'm playing fucking Final Fantasy XI of all things. I would not expect a single person to be interested in sitting here watching me play an ancient MMO. But here we are. So, thank you guys. I need grind faster. What's up, Zelata? I need to make sure I'm buying the right kind of greens. I need items. I need to do my Chocobo quest. My Chocobo license quest. And I think it might be a little bit different on Horizon compared to the old school servers. So let me pull this quest up. So we gotta go talk to Brutus in Upper Juno. I need 4 Gausabit grass. And I can feed the Chocobo once per in-game hour. We literally have to sit and wait and let time pass. And that is different compared to how that was back in the day. Back when this game launched, when you were getting your Chocobo license, you had to wait a full day. A full real world 24 hours in between Chocobo feedings. And you had to feed the Chocobo 4 times. It took you like 4 days of camping out in Juno. And you'd have to like, alright, I gotta log in and feed my fucking Chocobo today. Like, now they let you do it like once per in-game hour so that you can get it done. But Yeah, there's a few little quality of life changes like that compared for this private server. For the most part, it's 75 era, but there's a few things like that where they're like, okay, this we're changing. Reaver, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Darren Grave. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate the love and support. Sapoo. Is that miscellaneous? That food. That alchemy. There's Gausabit grass. Paprika grass. Hopefully I have enough money for 4 of them. Weapons, ammo and misc, pet items. Of course, it's under weapons. There it is. Gausabit grass. 500 each. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Back in my day? Okay, old man. Yeah. I say this being older than Nub. Yeah, that's always the best part. Want to ride a Chocobo? I sure do. Of course you do. Nowadays, everyone wants to ride a Chocobo. Why, this is a golden opportunity for you to step into the wide, wonderful world of avian delight. Then again, you young people have a tendency, see? I've become Brutus. I used to be the young person that Brutus complained about. Now I'm Brutus, complaining to the young folks. Then again, you young people have a tendency to throw creatures away without a moment's thought. That's why there are more Chocobos living out in the wild now than I ever dreamed of as a kid. You wouldn't dream of committing such a terrifying act, though, would ya? Would ya? Have you ever abandoned a Chocobo? Nope, never. Of course you would. Still, I can't grant you permission to ride so easily. The Vanadil Chocobo Society'd never allow it. I've got it. See that fine creature over yonder? If she takes to you, I'll let you ride her. Good luck, kid. Speak to him 2 more times to start the correct quest and choose nope, never. We chose nope, never. Feed the Chocobo standing next to Oscar 1 Gausabit grass by trading it to the Chocobo. Feed the Chocobo 1 time every in-game hour. Will take 6 feeding attempts to complete the quest. The first 2 automatically fail and do not consume the grass. Okay. Whoops. grass? Where? He looks terrified of you. They won't eat a thing until they're comfortable with you. Just keep at it, okay? Now we gotta wait until 6:30 in-game time. You can see the clock in the bottom left. And then we can trade it again. And we gotta do that 6 times. Well, 5 more times. 6 total. Have a good night, Vetus. Hope you get some good sleep. Honestly, the comeback tomorrow kind of makes the game feel more alive, to be honest. Well, the thing was, you had so much that you have to do once you get to Juno, that the idea was you start these quests, and then you fuck off and do other things, and you just sort of have, like, your schedule down for the day. So, like, back in those days, okay, I log in, I start my day, I go feed my Chocobo, and then I don't have to worry about it until the next day. So while I'm in Juno, you're close to a low level spot, Quifim Island, which is where you level up from like level 20 to, I don't even know where you stop Quifim at this point. Maybe like 35-ish? And then you can start going into other places like Garlage Citadel or whatever. But yeah, you would go and level up in Quifim Island. You would go and there were daily quests and weekly quests and things that you can do around Juno. Some of that stuff I could be going and doing right now, actually. For example, what is the Flower Child quest for exiting every area for Juno? A yellow rock or Zona Shodu. So let's go see how much yellow rocks are. Also, I can go ahead and feed my Chocobo. It's already 6:30. Grass. Hue. He still looks a little wary of you. Nope, still no go. Friendly Chocobo would be eating already, but this one's different. He's built different. Alright, so let's go buy a yellow stone. Yeah, you had to manage what you're doing. You had to schedule your fucking day in this MMO. Because stuff just took time. Quests took time, missions took time, everything took so much time investment, and it made the accomplishments feel very real because of just the time investment. Goldsmithing? I'm trying to remember where yellow rocks are. Look it up. Let's look it up. Yellow rocks. Yeah, they're goldsmithing. There it is. 1200. Is PvP optional? PvP is an entirely separate thing that wasn't even really added into this game until like way later. These servers still active, retail servers are still active, and then I'm playing on a private level 75 cap era server called Horizon, which has like over 2,000 people playing on it right now, and around like 2,500 people to 3,000 people at its peak. Port Juno, not Rulude. Crawler's Nest was your spot for leveling up back in the day? Good old Crawler's Nest. I'm leveling in Crawler's Nest on my other main character. I'm leveling up Beastmaster on this is my like secondary alt character that I'm leveling right now. But on my main character, I'm leveling Beastmaster. I'm at like 47 or 48. And I've been soloing in Crawler's Nest. It's a good spot for Beastmaster because you can charm lizards and have them fight crawlers. You get the silk, so you make a little bit of money. The lizards are able to intimidate the crawlers, so you have a really good advantage. Good old Crawler's Nest. I'm looking for Zona. Is that Zona? It's Jaha. Not here. E8. Fortune. What if you fisted giant boars? I mean, we could play Bloodborne if we want that gameplay. There she is. Pretty yellow rocks go round and round, meow, meow, meow. I want a rock that's nice and round and a little yellow. Hey there, miss, have you heard? Have you? What are you talking about? Do you really want to know? Really, really? Listen, I know the secrets of gardening. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Bye-bye. Meow. Here is your yellow rock. Meow, this is the one, this is the one. Zona looks really happy. You're the greatest. I can't give you anything in return, but I can tell you my secret. Come closer. Meow, 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 meow. Hehe. Zona looks extremely happy. Don't tell anybody I told you that. It'll be our little secret. Shortcuts. That basically just unlocks it so that whenever I go into my rental room, I can choose which area of Juno I want to exit into. Which, the way Juno's laid out is not... It's not as beneficial as it is in, like, the starting area towns, but... still can be very convenient. And it's just one of those quests, it feels weird whenever it's not done. Whenever I go to a city and I'm like, why can't I leave my Mog house wherever I want? It's one of those ones I just have to have done. Bloodborne coming to PC tomorrow? Sounds legit. Haven't people already gotten that running on emulators and stuff? Eat the grass. Queh, he seems to be comfortable with you. Just a little bit more. Thanks to you, he's eating more and his feathers have a healthier glow. Oh, he's gonna eat it! Queh, he still looks slightly uncomfortable with you. Wow, I thought it would take longer. I think we've almost won him over. Well, look what we have here. Already munching away. Looks like he's almost ready. Then there's this asshole. Right when I thought I'd lost you, I find your sorry face here. Who the heck are you? It ain't polite to barge into a Chocobo corral, partner. Don't talk like that to me, thief. I'm here to take back what's rightfully mine. We don't house thieves here, mister, and I don't recall taking anyone's property. This Chocobo belongs to me. Can't you see the brand? Now give him back. Wait, that means... Master, come quickly. Mister, you may be a Chocobo handler, but I reckon you handle him roughly. So, you got a problem with that? Spoil your animals and they'll never obey. You gotta instill them with fear. I mean, come on, they're just animals. You eat meat, don't you? So don't lecture me over what I do with them. Come on, let's go. Queh. Lay off, mister, you're scaring him. Yeah, well that's because you've spoiled him rotten. I'll be back for what's mine, you mark my words. Gonna phase right through you on my way out. That kind of scum's the worst. Ah well, this doesn't really concern you. I know the music. It's so good. So look, kiddo, you've got talent. This birdie here is almost yours. Keep up the good work, okay? Oh, that brute doesn't scare me. Anyway, look at you. Master said you got talent. I'm so jealous. I think the cutscene... Did that take long enough? Does it count? Queh, he's eating joyfully. Ah, I've never heard him squeal so happily. 2 left. Oh, gotta wait another in-game hour. Let's see. Is there anything else I can do? Really want to spend too much money just because I really got to spend some time getting some guild together. I've got a bunch of stuff up for sale on auction already on other characters, a little over like 130,000 between fish that I've caught on my main character since I do fishing, and selling some equipment. Probably need some scrolls. I've gotten a bunch of white mage levels on this character. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I don't have yet. Bar spells, those are not priority. Deodorize, that's not priority. Regen is priority. 5,000. And I get it for 4,800. Nice. Regen, very important. Everything else can wait. Got regen, I've got raise for my next level. It's hard to make Gale in Final Fantasy XI. It's hard to do anything in Final Fantasy XI. Making gil, leveling up, doing quests, getting fame, whatever you're doing in this game, like, it all takes serious time investment. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do to very consistently make money, but it takes time. It takes so much time. You're gonna need to run around and chop down some trees, or farm up a bunch of mobs that have particular drops, or spend some time camping a notorious monster. That's one of my favorite things to do. Spend like a few hours just camping out a spot, clearing mobs, and waiting for a notorious monster that only spawns within a certain time frame, a certain window, and a lot of times only when certain other things are met, like certain other monsters have to be dead, like placeholder monsters have to be killed to make room for the chance that the notorious monster version can spawn. And then once the notorious version spawns in, you have to try to claim it if there's other people who are also camping it. So it becomes like who can tag the monster once it pops in fastest. And then you have to hope that you can kill it and get the drop. There's so much to it that can go wrong. But it's very, very satisfying when you actually do kill a notorious monster and get a good drop, get something you've been trying to get, whether it's a good piece of gear for you to wear, or a weapon for you to use, or something for you to sell. I guess I ain't hungry. Try feeding it later. Oh, I forgot. A few minutes too early. This isn't a horror game? It absolutely is. I don't know what you're talking about. This is one of the scariest games I've ever played. Passed someone fishing like a year or so ago called Nub or Nubs. I was gonna say hello, but I was too shy, so that's not you. That's not me. I don't use the name Nub or Nubs in Final Fantasy XI. My main character's name is Vivity. That's the name of my original Final Fantasy XI character from 2004. I made a Tarutaru. That was my very first character, a Tarutaru named Viviti, Viviti, because I'm a very big fan of Final Fantasy IX, and I love Vivi, and your name couldn't be only 4 characters, so I made it Viviti. And then Pazuzu. Yeah, this is my alternate Pazuzu. My Mithra. This is in honor of my cat named Pazuzu. And also, like, the demon from Exorcist Pazuzu. Well, looks like he's used to you now. Good job. Now you're a qualified Chocobo rider. Now that you can read animals' minds, maybe you can become a beastmaster. Of course, I can't teach you how. You'll just have to practice. The rest is up to you, kiddo. For now, take this to the stables. The master sure was profound, talking about reading their minds. At least we know the last owner didn't have that gift. Chocobo license. Victory. I can now rent chocobos. I can legally ride large birds around the world. What's up, Chosen? Did you finish Resident Evil 9? Haven't played it yet? I did. I finished Resident Evil 9 last week. The full VOD, everything is archived up on YouTube and here on Twitch, so definitely play it for yourself if you plan on playing it. It's an amazing game. I I really, really loved it. One of my favorite horror games in quite a long time. Okay. Now I need to go do... I need to get outpost quests done. I think the only one I can do right now is Jugner Forest. I've already done Gustaberg, and I've already done Saruda. But Windurst is in last place right now. I can't get to Altepa Desert on this level 24 character. Not realistically, not easily. But I can definitely make the run to Jugner again. No, can tell you now, the beasties outside town are too restless. You play Final Fantasy XI on Xbox? They discontinued support for the Xbox version, like a long time ago. You can still play on PC. I think you can still play on PS2 even, if you have the stuff set up. You've only seen this place in Final Fantasy XIV, so I'm like, hey, I know this place. I love Final Fantasy XIV, but anytime it throws the Final Fantasy XI nostalgia stuff in, which is very often, it just makes me want to play 11 instead. Just makes me want to play this game. But yeah, there's a lot of characters, there's a lot of places, there's a lot of creatures, there's a lot of overlap between 11 and 14. 14, to be fair, yeah, throws in stuff from, like, the entire Final Fantasy series. I can't teleport. Is it because I'm too low level? I might just be too low level. I think they changed the way that works. Either that or it's tied to missions or some other type of progression. And I changed my home point to be Jugner in case I died on the run here. Because what I need to do is get all the way back to Windurst so that I can take on the supply run and then run the supplies to Jugner Forest. And I think I'm just going to have to do it all on Chocobo. Because apparently I can't outpost warp. I figured I could just outpost warp back to Saruda. But I can't. So we're going to get to use our new Chocobo license. Oh, hey, Diabolical. I was in a party with this person last night. 1,003 gil. That's fine. Why I didn't want to preemptively start spending all my money buying new gear. I need to pay for travel. Love how this game looks. Reminds me a lot of late PS2, early PS3 games. I mean, it is literally a PS2 game. It is actually from the year 2003. Alright. Making the run to Windurst, and then we can make the run all the way back to go to Jugner Forest again. Drop off outpost supplies. This is how you know. Damn it. Can't believe I fell off the spine. Tradition. Try to run along the spine. So many little stupid things like this. Just memorizing your routes through this world. Like it takes so long to get anywhere, but because the journey to get anywhere is usually such an ordeal within itself. All these places just cement themselves into your brain. I remember buying it in 2006, trying it for a bit, giving up, and going back to World of Warcraft. That's a totally fair and valid response to Final Fantasy XI. I know a lot of people who did the same or similar, because I've had so many friends where I try to get them into this game, and nobody really ever clicks with it the way that it clicks with me. And then they'll just be like, I want to go back to playing WoW, or Final Fantasy XIV, or Phantasy Star Online. There was always some other MMO or some other thing that my friends would rather want to play over this. And I was like, no, come on, let's play the game. Let's play the one where it takes 6 hours just to get people together and get to the place you're trying to be. Just so that you can do something for like 20 minutes and then someone will die or have to leave. It's a hard sell. It's a hard sell. This game is, even compared to a lot of MMOs and stuff for the time, this game is very brutal. Again, it takes so much time to do anything, so it makes you worried to like mess up or make mistakes because the time lost to get back to what you're doing is difficult. This is why I have the patience, I guess. This is why I have the patience to play games the way that I do. This is why you see me scour every little detail of Silent Hill games, and I built up a lot of patience playing games like this over the course of my life. Death Stranding. It's funny how much realizing why I like that aspect of Death Stranding so much comes back to things in this game. Enjoying just planning out your journey.
I don't know. Something about that. I like that in a game. The Long Dark. The Long Dark is another one. Where the whole idea of preparing for a journey and then following through, just taking the time to travel and get somewhere safely and being prepared for whatever you're going to run into along the way. I like that. I like those kind of slow burn, prepare for a long journey type games. Maybe I need to give this game a spin. So, again, I'm playing on a private server. This is Horizon, level 75 cap server. So it is entirely free to play. There is no subscription service to play on a private server. So if you want to play on Horizon the way I'm playing, the old school level 75 cap, no hand holding, extra brutal bust your balls mode, you can do that for free. If you play on retail servers, progression is much faster. That game, retail is designed to streamline you to end game as fast as possible. So this whole traversal thing is not a thing in retail. If I was playing retail right now, you have home point warps. So I would literally just go and touch a home point crystal in Juno and be like, I want to go to the home point in Windurst. And I'm instantly there. So you never have to like do this. You never have to travel anywhere. You never have to take your time with anything. The game is... Retail is designed to just get you to end game because that's where most of the population is now. So you can get level 99 in like a couple of weeks. But I like this version of Final Fantasy XI. The level 75 era. Everything really taking its time. Every bit of investment into what you're trying to do matters. Hey Stental, Final Fantasy XI was your first MMO? No other MMO has come close. Stream is making me want to play again. On retail, are there still leveling parties or is it all trusts? It's pretty much all trusts on retail. There's very few low-level parties and things because it's so much faster to just solo, to just get your trusts, and once you get a good trust party together, just solo grinding through all your early missions, all your early levels, the EXP gain and movement speed and traversing around from place to place is so much faster that, yeah, like, there's literally a level 1 to level 99 speed run on retail servers that's like 19 hours or 20 hours or something like that, I think. But this server that I'm playing on, Horizon, there is no trusts. There is no... The solo stuff is not implemented into the game. So if you want to solo, too bad. You cannot solo in this game. The best you can do is unlock Beastmaster, and then you can solo. You can solo as Beastmaster. But to get Beastmaster unlocked, you have to get a starter job to level 30, and you have to do all the quests and stuff along the way, get your sub job, get your Chocobo license, all the stuff I'm doing right now on on this character. You have to do all that stuff with people. Like, there's no way around it. But that's another thing that I really like about this game. I love the social aspect of it. You have to rely on strangers. You have to just come across random people, and sometimes they'll be really helpful, and sometimes they won't be. Sometimes they'll be really good players, and you'll have a really productive, session of leveling up or getting quests done or getting missions done or whatever. Sometimes you'll get people who don't know what they're doing or just don't give a shit. It happens. I was playing last night, and we had a party in Valkyrie Dunes where our black mage didn't have macros set up for their spells. They were just manually selecting spells from the list, so they misclicked and accidentally cast Warp when they were trying to cast something else. And it warped them back to Sandoria, back to their home nation, and we had to wait there in Valkyrie Dunes for the mage to run all the way back. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, okay, mistakes happen. You don't want to be mean. You don't want to be like, okay, I'm kicking you out of the party. I'm inviting someone new. But everyone at the same time is like, all right, we can't do anything without that sixth person. Otherwise we'll get our shit stomped in, and then we die and we lose experience. So we'll sit around and wait. What job would you recommend for a brand new player? Monk or warrior are very fun and very straightforward and good for learning all the basics. Getting used to just learning how to navigate around your starting city is going to take you hours if you're completely brand new to Final Fantasy XI. Like, it can feel very overwhelming. So having something like warrior or monk where in your whole first 10 levels is just going to be target the thing, select attack, and then let the attacks happen, and that's it. You don't have to think about that. And in the meantime, learn about the macros, learn about how to navigate the menus, how to set up your UI. You can see my UI is trash, but it works for me because everybody sets stuff up differently. Oh, I should see if Spippy's up. I'm gonna see if Spippy's up because I could probably kill Spippy at 24. Right. I'm gonna see if there's a notorious monster over here that potentially drops a cape. That would be really good for my white mage. Because right now I'm using a regular fucking level 7 defense 1 cape. And a mist silk cape would really pull my outfit together. And it drops off of a notorious crawler that can spawn over in this area. I'm just going to do a quick little check. What would you not recommend for a new player? White mage can be kind of stressful for a new player because it's so much harder to solo. So even when you're just leveling your first 10 levels on any job are pretty much going to be solo. More like 12 to 13 realistically before we'll probably be solo. until you get to Valkyrm Dunes, and then at Valkyrm Dunes, that's when you really start like grouping up with people. Unless you have people, if you have friends to play with, like if you join Horizon, I have so many jobs between my 3 characters on my account that are level 1 that I would absolutely be down to play with anybody. If anybody decides to join Horizon and you're brand new and you're level 1, I'm totally down to level up level 1 characters and help you get a foothold in this game. But even without that, you're usually soloing for your first like 13 levels or so before you make the run to Valkyrm Dunes. And yeah, that's usually enough time to kind of figure out the basics, at least real basics. But this is one of those games that there's so much to it, and it's not intuitive because it's 2003 MMO design logic. Like, there's a lot of stuff that does not make sense. The way like certain interactions work. There's quests and missions and things where sometimes you interact with an item, sometimes you trade an item to an item or to a location to make something happen. Sometimes there's a whole lot of weird little nuanced things that don't come naturally. So the game, like any other MMO, like there's a bit of a learning curve. There's definitely a bit of a learning curve. Stuff that comes naturally to me now because I've been playing this game for 3 years, but for somebody completely new, very basic things are going to be difficult. So, as said, it's one of those games where if you do decide to jump in, just kind of spend your first day maybe running around your starting area and just kind of learning the layout. This is my main starting city that I almost always start in, Windurst Woods, or Windurst in general. I'm almost always Windurstian. But I do have like one of my main character is Windurstian, this alt character is Windurstian, and then I've got a third alt character that I pretty much use just as an item mule that's Sandorian. Because it helps. It helps having a character in Sandoria. Sometimes when I need certain materials that are only for sale in Sandoria, it's easier to just switch to that character, buy them, send them to my main characters. Stuff like that. Okay. Now the nice thing is, my home point is still in Jugner Forest. How much conquest point do I have? 4,300. I'm going to buy a Scroll of Instant Warp. Oh, I need inventory space. Oh, I've already got an Instant Warp, that's why. That works. And then I've got the Sneak and Invis, so we can get through Jugner just fine. Yeah. And then trying to figure out where to go from there. We'll figure it out. Supply quest. We are going to Norvallen. Double check before I take the thing. I don't want to get the wrong fucking one and be locked out of it. Yes. Jugner Forest in Norvallen. Supply quest. Norvallen. And then we warp. Dark Souls of MMOs. There's definitely harder MMOs out there, and there's some stuff, even just from this era, like before I played Final Fantasy XI Online, I played EverQuest. EverQuest EQ Online was the big MMO, kind of at the beginning. In the beginning. Is. And we just need to get down here to the outpost. Horizons has retro achievements. One of my stream things now is to 100% RA games. I might have to get started. Good luck with this one. Take you 10 fucking years to level up all the jobs to 75. Let alone anything else. By the time you start making progress on that, they're going to add new achievements. Because they're working on adding the Treasures of Ut-Urgan expansion. Which is going to bring new jobs into the mix. Blue Mage, Puppet Master... Corsair. I'm trying to remember what all was added in. Dancer. I think all of those were Ut-Urgan. I got a letter. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate you. There's so many more people here watching me play this old-ass MMO than I thought there would be. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you being here. You're the real ones. Showing up when I'm playing like the furthest thing from Silent Hill possible. Favorite and least favorite Final Fantasies? Favorite Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy IX. Very close second place would be Final Fantasy VI. Nine and 6 are just both fucking astounding, amazing games. And then probably 7 after that. Least favorite, that's like my top 3, would be 9, 6, and 7. And yes, I said the funny numbers. Least favorite would probably be 13. What would I... Can I just say 13, 13, 2? But for the most part, I like almost all the games in the series. Obviously, there's ones that I like more than others. 13 is one of the only ones that I kind of actively dislike. Here's your supplies. Boom. Sparkles. Getting shit done. Got a Chocobo license. We got outpost warps getting unlocked. I need to now level up my sub job, because my sub job is pitifully underleveled. Or I could switch over to my main character and level Beastmaster. Or any number of things. Let's go level Black Mage. I don't know why, but I'm liking leveling up and going through the early game stuff on my alternate character right now. Because I'm basically just kind of setting up this character, Pazuzu, to be my teleporter. So I'm trying to get her to level 37, I think, is when I get all of the main 3 teleports, and then 40 something is when I get the other 2 teleports, like the Altepa and Vazel. But I get teleport Hala, Maya, and Dem at like 37, I think. So I'm trying to get White Mage up to that level, get all the teleports, get Black Mage leveled up so I've got Warp. And then the main thing I want to do is finish getting cooking to level 100. But the stuff I need to craft for 85 and onward is just really expensive, so I'm going to need to spend time making money before I can afford the materials to continue leveling up the craft. Okay, so now teleport me back to my home country for 250 gills. Did I like 16? The one that had Claude in it. I have not played 15 or 16 yet. That's kind of where I dropped off for the Final Fantasy series. 14 is the last one that I played, and I played a lot of 14 on and off of, like, I was in the beta and 1.0 version for 14 online, and then I played hundreds of hours of Realm Reborn. There's a ton of expansions and stuff beyond what I played in that at this point now, but 14's the last one that I, like, really played. 15 I didn't play, and 16 I didn't play. I don't have 16. I do have 15. Irimi gifted me 15 like years ago, and I've still been putting it off. So maybe I'll do my first playthrough of Final Fantasy 15 at some point on stream. For now, let's just run over to the Mog House, change over to Black Mage, go stop by the auction house, pick up some gear, some scrolls, any stuff I might need. And then we're gonna go solo for a few levels. Level 9 Black Mage right now. Again, if I can get up to about... We could probably solo up to like 13 or 14. And then go and group up in the dunes more reliably. Yeah, 13 was the one with lightning. Lightning and snow and vanille. And the really nonsensical story about Lassie and Falsi. I mean, it's Final Fantasy. Nonsensical story is not really a point to be making. But I especially didn't like the way it was presented in 13. They don't do a very good job of building up and explaining their world. They just kind of have characters say things, and then you have to like look up in a menu the descriptive glossary to know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't even mind 13 being more like linear, which has been a lot of people's complaint about those games, because by that point, like, the games have already been pretty linear for a while. Especially after 10. Like, 10 is fairly linear, except for a few brief moments. And I love 10. I think 10 still does its presentation of your journey very well. Because it's somewhat linear, but, you know, it's the summoner's journey. Like, they tell you at the beginning, like, what the plan is, where you're going, what you're doing. My other meter. Satchel. I don't have anything in the satchel. Footman's tunic, I can wear this at 10. Level 9 right now. Anniversary ring is burned. Take the Emperor's band though. I don't remember if I can restore the anniversary ring. I'm gonna keep it until I know for sure. Because I know I can recharge the Emperor band. I don't remember with anniversary band. I've also got 5 spots of wardrobe. That I can use. Do I really not have any gear for Black Mage? Oh, there it is. Just the level 1 robes. Upper hairpin, ash staff. I mean, not that gear matters much at this level. Give me a second. I need to go check on my cats real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. hot take, Final Fantasy 7 and 10 are overrated. I mean, I would somewhat agree with that. I think they're both very great games, though. I love 7, I love 10, and I can understand why they are so loved. But I like 9 more. I like 9 more, and I like 6 more than both of those. Talk about remakes. All the 8-bit and 16-bits have way more remakes and stuff done to them. Yeah, think about how many versions of fucking Final Fantasy 1 there are. You have the original Famicom, you've got the NES port, you've got, like, isn't there like a PC Engine? There's like the Game Boy Advance release, the Dawn of Souls 1 and 2 combo pack. There was the PSP release, the Wonder Swan. There was so many different versions. So many different versions. Yeah, PS1, Final Fantasy Origins, I think was the PS1 collection. Got stone, arrow, and water. Poison. I can also cure myself. I've got Dia. Paralyze. I've got blind. I've got bind. That's stuff I can use. Oops. Also look at gear. Probably not too much better at level 9 anyway. Traveler's Hat. I could actually go and do the quests and get that for free, but it's a level 6 hat that gives mind. I don't really care too much about mind. Evasion, 6,000. It's a little bit more than what I can do right now. What do these go for? 1,500. I mean, it's a pretty easy quest to do. Yeah, nothing too much better than what I've got right now. And then at level 10, we get like more options. Tunic set. There's not even a regular tunic for sale. The plus one is 9,000. That's a little bit more than what I want. I'm probably just gonna keep this level 1 gear a little bit longer and then try to buy new gear if I wind up going and grouping up. Asbestos mitts. These are a drop off of a bomb or a notorious thing. I don't remember. 2K. Like, it's a pretty common one. Flax. 900 gil. Can I get it for 800? Not even 900? 950. $990. 1,000. You fuck. Whatever. It's 3 more points of defense. For 1,000 gil. There's no Solia for sale, and those are 6,000. I think I just want to keep leveling up staff skill on Black Mage. I don't really use wands on Black Mage very much. And then it's pretty much all elemental staves once you get past level 51. There's our elemental staves. Yeah, 51. Once you hit 51 on Black Mage, you're just rocking nothing but a full set of these elemental staves. Okay. They're enough for now. Seven has Dirge, Remake, Rebirth, whatever Part 3 is going to be called. Reunion. I'm calling it. If they don't call Part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Remake Reunion, they are stupid. That's like the easiest slam dunk in the world. Remake, Rebirth, Reunion. Trying to get an insta warp. Good to have. Makes me feel safe. My home point is still in Jugner Forest. This is not acceptable. They were dumb enough to use Reunion for the Crisis Core? Oh, they've already used it. That's right. I forgot about Crisis Core. I always forget about Crisis Core. Okay. 1 point in woods. It'll be Final Fantasy VII 3 Rejoin, but probably Rebel or something like that. Reunion makes the most sense. It's literally like a convergence of timelines, of alternate timelines that Final Fantasy VII Remake is building up towards. You are reuniting two separate timelines. Not only is it thematic in the sense of the clones being the reunion, but you're reuniting the timelines. You're reuniting at the end, sort of, with Aerith. She comes back as the holy magic. And then it just fits perfectly with the name scheme that they've already done with Remake and Rebirth. Reunion just makes so much sense. Pretty much I'm just going to be focusing down Yakuto and crawlers to level. Maybe some bees. Should have gotten food. I mean, I've got ginger cookies. At least I've got something. Chat, the FF7 villain has mother issues and he's a mama's boy. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like they should make that more obvious. Kind of hurting for money right now. So, whenever I'm leveling around Windurst, Yakuto are usually good. Uh-oh. This one was a decent challenge, though. Mistake. I may have gone too far in some places. MPMD. PM poison. That's not a cure. 2 more cures. Heavy swing. Spicy. Inventory's already fucking full. Put things in the satchel. Need these. level up. That when I level up. Got some stuff to use at 10. I might as well wear one of those since I'm also subbing White Mage. A little extra cure potency. Is this ATB or turns? How do you tell who goes next? Also, is there limit breaks? It's ATB. So if you look at like my weapon here, Ash Staff, damage 5, delay 366. So that delay is how much time in between each of my weapon attacks. So once you engage and start attacking, as long as you're in range for an attack to hit, it'll automatically happen every 366 whatevers. Like, I forget exactly what that translates to, but it's like 3.6 seconds, something like that. It's not exact. So pretty much everything has some form of delay. And you're just layering each of the delays. And then spells have a certain amount of cast time. And if you get hit while you're casting, it can interrupt your spell. So I have to try to time spells in between the enemy's attacks. For the most part, a lot of combat is this. Like, once you're locked in, you're just letting them take swings at each other. It gets more complicated depending on the job as you level. But this is low level Final Fantasy XI combat in a nutshell. And is there limit breaks? There's stuff that's kind of similar to limit breaks, but limit break in this game is something else entirely. So this game has weapon skills where the more you hit things and the more you get hit by things, it builds up your TP meter, which is like down here in my bottom right, that blue meter that says 991. Once that goes over 1,000, I can use heavy swing and like do a weapon skill. And then there is your 2-hour ability. So this is basically each job class has this specific ability that you can only use once every 2 hours real time. So if you use it and waste it, you can't use it again for 2 real-time hours. So like for this one, for Black Mage, it allows spell casting without using MP. So if I'm in a fight where I burn all of my MP and I'm still not going to win the fight, but if I was able to cast some extra spells, I potentially could win the fight. I can burn Mana Font and cast spells without using MP and try to finish the fight out, but then I can't use it again for another 2 hours. That's kind of the closest thing to like your traditional Final Fantasy limit break. In Final Fantasy XI, what is called limit break is your ability to break through the limits of your level. So this game, when it first launched, your level was capped at level 50. And then it increased to 75. And the increase between 50 to 75 you have to do limit breaks every 5 levels. So when you hit 50, you have to do a limit break quest in order to level up from 50 to 55. And then you have to do another limit break quest to go from 55 to 60. So that's what limit breaks are in Final Fantasy XI. It is the cap on your level. It is the limit of what you can level up to, rather than like a big powerful ability the way limit break is in most of the other games. So the closest thing to your like big powerful ability is like your job's 2-hour ability, or like weapon skills, things like that. Hey Cypher. Enjoy watching Silent Hill content, especially the deep dive on the Silent Hill 2 remake. Glad to see you found Horizon. Been playing this server for a while and love it. If you ever need help with anything, let me know. Yeah, I've been playing on Horizon since it launched. I've been playing since 2022. It's been very casual. I love Final Fantasy XI, but I don't like retail Final Fantasy XI. Because I tried playing retail Final Fantasy XI back in like 2020 or 2021. I went back to it after so many years because I stopped playing around like maybe 2016 and then jumped back in around 2020. And yeah, after like a month, I was level 99 and already doing endgame stuff, and it just kind of blew through all the parts of the game that I kind of like the most. This goblin's gonna fucking kill me. I have to run. I can try to bind the crawler. Nah, I'm dead. So close to the zone. That's what I get. The slightest little bit of not paying attention and getting aggroed by a goblin while I was fighting something else. And we're dead. We lose experience points. And we have to run back out there. Never seen gameplay before. This has a lot. And this is the like, I'm level 9 Black Mage right now. This is super low level stuff. Once you start getting into the later levels, this game opens up. Like, one of the things that I love the most about this as an MMO is how much tactics go into it. Like, your party configuration and the way that you set things up, the way that you have to account for enmity, like how much hate a monster has towards any given party member at any given time. So low levels, it's pretty simple. Like, you buff up, you try to debuff the enemy, and then you sit there and hit them with whatever weapon you have until it dies. You occasionally cycle out some magic if you're using, you know, a caster class, but that's the general idea of it. Later levels, it'll be like, okay, we've got a thief who's using sneak attack and trick attack, and we've got a paladin, and we've got a ninja, so we need to get the ninja to put their shadows up so that they can take hits, and while they have hate and the enemy is absorbing their shadows, the thief can get behind the paladin, who needs to be standing perfectly behind the enemy, so that the thief can hide behind the paladin and get the benefit from their sneak attack and trick attack ability, which is going to then transfer enmity to the paladin once the ninja is out of shadows, which will give the ninja time to recast their shadows while the paladin holds hate. And, like, everything has to, like, go perfectly. Everyone has to be doing their jobs and be set up in the right positions, and you have skill chains on top of that, so whenever you have multiple jobs that are building up their weapon skills, and you use your weapon skills one after another in a timed manner, it'll set off, if you do the right ones, it'll set off a skill chain that does extra damage. And then if you've got a magic casting class like Black Mage, they can cast an elemental spell that matches the same element of your skill chain to do extra damage with what's called a magic burst. There's so many fucking fun, cool mechanics and strategies, and yeah, it gets very in-depth the more you play, and it really requires a lot of job mastery, like really learning how to play your class. But the way the game is built up allows you to do that, because everything takes so long. Like, you're meant to go through that grind and just learn. You're meant to go through the grind and just learn everything as you go. Space Cat, by the way, thank you so much for the 9 months. I've just been rambling here for 5 minutes since you subbed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the resub. Thank you so much for the love and support. Oh wow, had no idea. Feel like this game is like Silent Hill in a way, always calling me to it. Yeah, same. Cool to see you playing. Like the more tight-knit community feeling of private servers instead of retail with all the murking and bots. Yes, I didn't like that aspect of retail. It felt very disjointed, and Horizon feels the closest, like this is the closest to reliving what I think is the peak era of Final Fantasy XI. It is so community driven. You need help from people to do the most basic things, and I like that aspect of it. I like that more drawn out, difficult aspect of the game that in retail you just don't get. Like, you never have to even so much as look at another fucking person, another actual player, until you're already level 90. You can go the entire way from level 1 to level 99 with just your trusts, just NPCs. And then you only have to really start grouping up with people once you get to that point and start doing endgame shit. So, I just don't like that. I don't like that pace for this game. I like the slower pace. I love the level 75 era. And this Horizon's building up towards what is actually my favorite era of this game, which is Treasures of Adur. That was when I was playing this game at, like, the most invested into the game that I ever was, because the game was so good around that point. There was so much more variety added with all of the new jobs that get introduced with Adur. And I love all the new areas. So I can't wait to set foot in like Al-Zabi again and start doing Besieged again. Besieged is so much fun. I loved Besieged back in the day because it's just like a big turn on the head of the way this game was built up to that point, where everyone always talks about this Beastman War, but you never really get the sense of that war happening, because it's always like outside the walls of your cities. So then you get Besieged in Treasures of Odd Oregon, where it's like the Beastmen are invading the cities and they can fucking kidnap important NPCs that affect things that you need to be able to do. So you're legitimately motivated to like fight back. And it's made in such a way where everybody from a very wide range of levels can help and participate. It doesn't matter if you're endgame, it doesn't matter if you're relatively low level. A lot of people can participate in Besieged and still feel like they're doing something and still get rewards from it. Odd Oregon is so good. Odd Oregon is so good. I can't wait. Yeah, don't get me wrong, there's some cool stuff in retail. And the fact that retail is still going and still updating, even adding small stuff here and there, like to this day, is really fucking amazing. But I don't know. I like this era of the game more. When I think about playing Final Fantasy XI, this is the version of 11 that I think about. Not sparks of eminence being traded in for endgame gear and all that type of stuff. Do your dailies to get your sparks, to get your daily rations. Hope Besieged works properly on here, but it's such a cool concept, trying to protect the astral candy and steal it back if they take it. Yes! The fact that if you do fail at Besieged and then you've got to go and recover the astral candescence, dude, it's so good. I loved Treasures of Odd Oregon. It was such a great expansion. It added so many interesting things. And salvage. We're gonna get to salvage on Horizon. There's so much cool stuff. Yes, and some of the best jobs. Some of the most fun jobs. Blue Mage, Corsair, Dancer. Can't wait. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be... Whenever Odd Oregon releases, I don't know if I'll necessarily stream it. I'm trying to get to a point where I can just stream variety and stream whenever I feel like playing a game. It doesn't always work in my head. I deal with a lot of, I don't know, depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, you name it. And I get really harsh with myself when it comes to my streams because, like, I don't know, it's a mixed feeling. I've been streaming on Twitch since 2011. This has been one of the largest aspects of my life, being a streamer for the past 15 years. And it's something that started and for many years was something just for fun. You know, something to do with my friends, and then make some new friends on the internet along the way. And 2015, when I started shifting over to like the Silent Hill focus, up to getting partnered in 2017 and making it like my full-time, you know, job, my main and only source of income. Since 2017, you know, it's still something that I love. It's still something that I do just because I love doing it. But it's also, now I have the stress of like, well, I do this to pay my bills. And obviously, if I just play Silent Hill 24/7, I'll pay those bills a lot more consistently. But I feel less fulfilled as a person because I just want to sometimes play stuff like this. And I'm like, am I going against what I should be doing as a responsible adult to indulge in streaming what I want just because I'm going to make less revenue from it? Like, I hate having to grapple with that. But at the same time, like, my fucking phone service has been turned off for the last 2 weeks. We just got it turned back on today because money's tight. So I stress myself out about like what I'm streaming. If I'm being too self-indulgent to the point of being irresponsible. And it sucks that I have to think about streaming in that way because it's something that I just want to do for fun and not have that tied to it. But it's too late for that. 30 seconds of poison. That's a ridiculous. And I don't have Poisona yet. We're just going to wait this out. So yeah, I really want to spend more time just playing other stuff and streaming and playing whatever I want. But at the same time, I know I need to pay bills and I need to stream other stuff too. And I love Silent Hill. That's why I have no issues like having shifted my channel to being predominantly that. But sometimes I just want to play other stuff. And I hate that I have to like feel guilty about that. Sorry, kind of going off on a rant there. All that to say, I just want to play this game a lot. Lately, this has been a comfort game. This week has been very difficult mentally, and this game has been a great source of comfort. I played it the last 2 nights. I probably sunk like 12 hours into it. And so today I was just like, I'm just going to stream it. Screw it. I always have it in my head like, nobody's going to want to watch. Nobody's going to care. It's not Silent Hill. It's not even remotely Silent Hill adjacent. Nobody's going to want to be here for it. And you guys are here for it. So I appreciate y'all being here. Keeping me company. Reminding me that this is still something that I can just do. That I can just share a little bit of myself and the games that I enjoy with you guys. What it's all about. Might not always be the games you expect. Again, I'm such a horror fan over everything else. I feel like it comes as a shock to people when I play or mention enjoying anything that's like outside of the realm of horror, but there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff that I really, really love that I just don't share as much as publicly as Silent Hill, I guess. I'm getting my revenge on this goblin. Game can be pretty scary when a rabbit wrecks you out of nowhere. That's so funny because that was literally my first experience with this game. When this came out, the North American launch for this game on PS2. A friend of mine, we went and bought, we had our PS2s and we were getting set up at my house. We're like, we're going to play this new MMO. We're going to stay up and play it all night, all week. Because it's a Final Fantasy MMO. Like, what a groundbreaking thing. An online Final Fantasy game. We were both big Final Fantasy fans. And we were so ready for this shit. And we went and we bought the big white box that came with Final Fantasy XI and the hard disk drive for the PS2. And you also had to buy the fucking network adapters separately. So we bought our network adapters. We got our big white boxes of PS2, Final Fantasy XI with the hard drive included. And we then proceeded to struggle with the first hurdle of this game, which is installing it and setting it up with Play Online. Fucking Play Online. And how long it took to download things back in that day. So, it literally took us 24 hours. Like a full 24 hours of figuring stuff out and installing stuff and setting up accounts and just trying to get everything going. And then we were both like, we stayed awake and just got this shit done and finally got it set up, and we were so tired, but we were like, we spent all this time, we spent all this effort, it's finally fucking installed, we got everything set up, we made our characters, we got into the game, and we ran outside. Hey, little thing. We ran outside from Windurst, and we ran past the first, like, bumblebees and mandragoras, and instead we found one of the rabbits. One of these little savannah rarabs. And it destroyed us. It absolutely fucking destroyed us. We were both level 1. We didn't know what we were doing. We were still trying to figure out how to even play this game. And with all the menus and sub-menus and sub-sub-menus, and we didn't know anything. So we were just trying to figure it out, and we picked a fight with a rabbit, and it was literally our first fight. My first fight ever in Final Fantasy XI was a duo with my friend Chucky from high school. Shoutouts to Chucky. Logging in and finally getting to play this game after a full day of getting it to work, and then dying to one of these fucking rabbits. That was my first Final Fantasy XI experience ever. And that really sets the tone. That is this game in a nutshell. You're going to spend a lot of time working towards something, and it'll eventually work, but it's going to be painful. The experience, the journey, it's going to take a lot out of you. I've got level 10 gear. Woodman tunic. Saintly rings. Onyx earrings. 3 sword swaps. Blah, blah. 3 sword slops. Hey, Party Bagel. So excited to see you playing this. Also rediscovered it a few years ago. Loved coming back. Are you playing on retail or are you playing on Horizon? Because I'm playing on the Horizon private server. Level 75 era. Classic Final Fantasy XI experience. Because retail is fun, but retail is like a whole different beast. It's a whole different beast these days. Been keeping up with the rebase and all of the changes? No, not at all. Not at all. I don't follow anything that closely. I just jump in and catch my fish and bake some pies and level up low-level jobs because I don't know. There's something very charming and endearing about the early levels of this game that I like more than the later levels. So I tend to go through this pattern a lot, where I start playing and I've got like Beastmaster on my main character, getting close to level 50, and now I've slowed way down on leveling, and I've started switching over and leveling different jobs and leveling my alt characters, and I don't know. I like the 1 to 50 experience of this game a lot. Getting up to 75 is fun too. There's a lot of things that I do want to still get up to 75 to experience again. Start doing Dynamis. I love doing Dynamis. Start doing sky and sea runs. But I don't know, I'm a big fan of this experience. Yeah, I played on retail from like 2004 up through like 2017, and then stepped away from it for a long time, Party Bagel, and then I went back to it in like 2020. Around 2020, 2021. And it's so different. It's still fun, but like, yeah, it's so fast. It's designed to streamline new players to get through to endgame quickly and solo. And I just don't like the pacing of it. Don't like the pacing of it. I just really like this era, this 75 level cap era of this game a lot. So I'm glad Horizon exists. There was another 75 cap server that I played on before Horizon. But it wasn't... I didn't enjoy it quite as much. I'm trying to remember which server that was. Oh, what was that one called? Because I played on that for a couple years too. Play on Eden? I don't think it was Eden. I remember looking at Eden, but I never started up on Eden. Hold on. Make sure this crawler doesn't kill me and I can look it up. Nasomi. That was it. That was it, Dev Chat. I played on Nasomi for a few years. Thread. Is that my stack? No, I've only got 6 on here. But okay, we're up to 8 total. Yeah, I remember playing on Nasomi for a little while. And I got up to like level 60-something Thief on there. I was mostly playing Thief. Nice heavy swing whiff. Hey, what's up, Vaughn? Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I can't remember what kind of turned me off on Nasomi. There was something going on with Nasomi where I don't even remember, but I dropped off from playing there. It was also really buggy. I mean, like, Horizon has some bugs and some issues and weird stuff too, but I remember running into a lot of weird bugs and issues on Nasomi that were like server-specific things. Whereas Horizon, I said, it's got a few issues, but for the most part has been like really good in terms of just functionality. At least from the amount of the game that I've experienced. There's still a shit ton of stuff I have not done. Again, even on my main character, my highest leveled job right now is like 47 or 48 Beastmaster. I tend to just branch off and do other things. The majority of my time logged in this game is probably cooking and fishing, more than leveling. Trust me, this could easily become a fishing stream. a cooking and fishing stream. I can go use my cooking skill on Pazuzu to craft some fishing bait. Because right now, I'm hurting for money. You can see I've only got 10,000 gil. I've got even less on my other characters. So... we could sit and fish moat carps for the next 6 hours. Don't tempt me. Done it before. I will do it again. Necklace. Very nice. Oh my god, I'm losing all of this stuff, though. No, I'm not. I made enough room. It's all stacked. I need to make even more room. Let's see. I've got that equipped. I've got that equipped. We can equip this. I don't really need these right now. This I'm gonna sell. Just put it away, put it away. Do Liu Shang's challenge on stream? I've never, in all of my years of playing Final Fantasy XI, I've never fully done the Liu Shang's quest. I've had Liu Shang's rods, but I usually just buy them or get them from friends. The times where I've had them. Poisona yet. You have Ebisu on your main, but never actually caught the carp, just farmed the gill and bought the Liu Shangs before getting Ebisu? Yeah. No, I've never sat and actually caught all 10,000 carp. For those who are not versed in Final Fantasy XI, what we're talking about are like the best fishing rods that you can get in the game. And the Liu Shang's rod is pretty legendary because you literally have to catch and, well, you're meant to catch and turn in 10,000 moat carps to be able to get it. Not an exaggeration. Literally 10,000 of them. Hey, another silk. Ever played Dot Hack series? I played some of them. I played... Oh, what were the ones on PS2? Infection... Was it Infection? Dot Hack? IMOQ? Like, I played them, but it's not a series that I'm like, oh my god, Dot Hack. It's not games that I, like, really revisit. I had them in my collection. I played them back in the day, but... Yeah, Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, and Quarantine. Thank you. I don't think I played all of them. I remember playing Infection for sure. I remember having Mutation and Outbreak. I don't know about Quarantine. I might be mixing it up. It's been a long time, and as said, they don't stand out in my memory banks. I know a lot of people love them, but not something I loved enough to keep it out in my brain. I'm gonna be upset if Spiny Spippy's over here now. Oh, this guy. Level 11 thief. Well, he's not hunting Spippy if he's only level 11. I'll come TH4 if Spippy is there. I'm like, I'm gonna have to switch characters and run out here on my Beastmaster, because I do have Thief to 15 on my main, so I've got Treasure Hunter 1. I can come out as Beast Thief. But I came through and checked earlier, and Spippy wasn't up. Looks like somebody already killed the crawlers over there, too. So there might actually be somebody camping him right now. Yeah, I know. I do remember Quarantine being crazy expensive. That's one of those just super rare games. Or games that has become very valuable. I can remember talking about that with some friends and fellow collectors back when I was working at a retro video game store in Texas, in Austin. Sometimes I see Spippy like way down here. So I always try to run this whole like area around this little cliffside to check. Get you that cape. Dude, it's like a fucking 30,000, 40,000 gil cape. Still rocking the level 7 basic ass cape on White Mage. I need to camp Spippy and get the Miss Silk cape. I need to camp. Oh, which Yakuto is it that drops the gloves? Devotee's mitts. Is that Humuju? Is that that's the lesser drop from Humuju, isn't it? Who drops the monster signa? That's like the slightly more common drop. No spippy. No spippies. Unless he's over here behind the rocks, which does happen sometimes. Zealot Smiths, that's what it is, not devotees. It's been a while. The information's still up there in the brain somewhere. Shattered Memories? Yeah, Shattered Memories for specifically for PS2, yeah, is also extremely valuable. We've got that. I've also got a complete copy of Kuon for PlayStation 2, but I would never... Things would have to be exceptionally, incredibly desperate to sell it. And honestly, things have kind of almost gotten to that point, because, dude, stuff is so rough right now. I've still got so many medical bills left over from last year. We had to like get a bunch of credit cards to try to float through those couple of months where I couldn't work, and Rachel was having to take off a lot of work to take care of me when my health was really bad last year. And then I just did my taxes, and I'm self-employed, so I owe the fucking IRS money. And I still owe them money from last tax season as well, so like, I'm just so in the fucking hole in terms of money. As I said, our phones got cut off. We only just got them turned back on today because I finally got my Twitch paycheck. And I was already overdrafted in my bank account, so immediately $90 scraped off from my Twitch payout, which left me with just under $300. You're curious how much money I make as a streamer. I usually make between $500 and $1,000 a month. At least lately. So, having a complete box copy of Kuon that I could sell for $1,500 when we need to make a fucking mortgage payment, like, I really don't want to part with it though, because it was a gift from one of my good friends and streamers, Banereaker, who passed away several years ago. So like, it is literally a gift from a friend who is not with us anymore. I can't, even for $1,500 or whatever, I can't part with that. Again, it would literally have to be a desperate situation where there's no other option. Our house is about to be foreclosed or taken from us or whatever. But I don't know. That's that struggle again of like, am I not being a smart, responsible adult by hanging on to these things? Because between my collection and Rachel's collection, we keep all of our old games, and they're all worth a shit ton of money these days, or most of them are. Like, we've got multiple copies of Shattered Memories on like every platform. We've got multiple copies. I've got Kuon. We've got multiple copies of the Fatal Frame games. We've got multiple copies of all the original Silent Hill games. So it's like thousands of dollars worth of games if we actually ever wanted to sell off the collection, but like, should we do that? Should we give up all of those things that mean so much to us just to make a dent? It wouldn't even cover everything, even if we sold it all. Just to make a dent in medical debt and credit card debt and try to pay some bills for a couple months. This guy's a decent challenge, but I think we're fine. Get him with the poison. Get him with the stone. Or not. Get interrupted. Time it better. So funny how 1-to-1 Gamis in 11 and 14 are. Oh yeah. This is such a good design. So many of the Final Fantasy XI enemy designs are just so damn good that it's no wonder that they just copied them over exactly as they are into 14. Like, how do you improve? How do you make these things better? It's already so good. I kind of want to switch jobs and maybe do some NM hunting. My spiny spippy senses are tingling. I feel like he's gonna spawn. Oh, someone just killed something. Was that Spippy? The regular crawler. This is that level 11 thief. He couldn't take Spippy if he wanted to. I mean, neither could I. Not on this job. But I'm tempted to switch to my main and do some NM hunting. Try and get my gloves and cape. Because the Zealot's mitts and the Miss Silk cape, both of those, those are consistently good on White Mage for many levels. Yeah, Rachel's also got an Xbox copy of Silent Hill 2 signed. We've got Ill Bleed. I've got a bunch of autograph stuff in my collection back in Texas that I need to get. Got a guitar signed by Akira Yamaoka and his band when they performed at San Japan in San Antonio, Texas. I have a soundtrack. Since I'm playing Final Fantasy XI, I met one of the composers. Do I have a picture of that? Check my photos real quick. think I have it on this computer. But I met Naoshi Mizuta because he was also a guest at San Japan one year, and I used to be one of the night event directors for San Japan, which is like a big anime convention in San Antonio. So I was just at every San Japan up until a few years ago. And yeah, the Final Fantasy XI composer, one of the composers, Naoshi Mizuta, was at San Japan, and I got his autograph on my Final Fantasy XI soundtrack CDs. Yeah, we've got copies of Eternal Darkness. Multiple copies of Eternal Darkness. Rachel has a nearly new condition Shattered Memories strategy guide. How long am I going to be on? I have no idea. I'm going to be real. Yesterday I played this game for like 9.5 hours or something. Like, I played and then I stopped playing for a couple hours because I was like, I'm going to take a break, and we had some really bad weather come through. We had a fucking tornado in the region. And then I got right back on and continued playing until like 11:30 this morning. So I'm probably going to be going for a while. I don't know if I'll go as long as I was yesterday, but I'll probably be playing for quite a bit today. But I'd be down for some Spippy camping. Fuck it. We're going to go full Spippy camp mode. We're doing it. Let me get Pazuzu back to Windurst, and I'm gonna switch over to my main and come out as Beast Thief. And try and get Spippy for the cape, and try and get Umuju for the gloves, and Monster Signa would be nice too, because I don't have that on my Beastmaster yet either, and that's a really important piece of charisma gear that I still don't have. Good old Humuju the Torrent. Might have to send some gil, my main character. I'm so hurting for money right now. In real life and in game. The only thing I can't escape. Nothing sitting in delivery box. I've got a bunch of things sitting in the auction house. I'm just waiting for things to sell. But yeah, these are my characters on my account. This is my recreation of my original Final Fantasy XI character, Vivity. Back when I started playing in 2004, this was my very first character. And then Pazuzu, my Mithra that I'm just leveling up to cook, and now I'm having fun leveling up White Mage and stuff on there. And George Clinton, my my Elvon, who's basically just my storage mule, who might have money. Because I have some stuff up for sale on here too. You can see I don't even have my UI fucking set up on here. All I do is store things. Because I don't have room for all of these like crystals and ingredients. This is all of my cooking ingredients for Pazuzu. And all my extra fishing stuff for Vivity. Because Vivity is like my main fisher. Because I don't know, I do different things on different characters. You could do all of this stuff on a single character. I tend to split it up between characters because I'm weird. Nothing else I can really use. But I am going to send this money. Yeah, I've got 1,700 gil on Vivity. Do I have stuff that's sold? I've got the 2,000 from George Clinton. The other stuff hasn't sold yet. I've got a fucking astral ring for sale. That'll be like 100 grand once it sells. But until then, I have no money. Alright, Beastmaster. Thief. I have an extra pair of bone leggings I need to sell. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Currently set up. Yeah, I'm set up on point in Juno. Make sure I can't just warp back to Windurst. Hey, there's Cypher. Already in Saruda. All right. I'm running from the outpost, but I should be there in a minute. Do I have Flea? I'm too low level for Flea. I don't even remember what level Thief gets Flea. I have Sneak Attack and Steal. Most importantly, I've got Treasure Hunter. At least Treasure Hunter 1. Not much, but it helps. I've also got too much stuff on this character. I need to start sending things over to George Clinton and send stuff off to my mule. That's one of the constant struggles of Final Fantasy XI, as well as inventory space. Like, I've already expanded my base inventory from 30 up to 60 through Gobby Bag quests. I'm linked to the Discord, so I've got my satchel. I've got a 20-slot wardrobe from missions and progression and stuff like that. I'm still hurting for storage. Even once you completely max out, like, all of your storage options. That's also why I tend to do things on different characters. When you have everything all on one character, like fishing and cooking and leveling, all these different jobs and all the gear for each one, and all the food and everything you need for each job, it just gets to be too much. Never enough inventory space. Alright, I was playing Ninja yesterday. Switch back over to Beastmaster. My Beastmaster macros. Cypher's already on it. Nice thing about Beastmaster, I can just sit there and wide scan. Hey, Tyglorious. Man, do I wish I had played this when it was new. It was definitely a unique experience. Although I will say, like, this private server, Horizon, you can get a very, very similar experience starting brand new in Horizon. It is very, very close to how the game was back in the day. Not just the limitations of the server itself, like the 75 cap and the era appropriate adjustments, but also the community. Alright, Cypher. We're gonna show chat your drip. Do what you're wearing. 75 Thief, 37 Beastmaster. You got the Blau. Hunger Boomerang. You got Homom. Nana's Lucky Charm. Signed Mermans. Brutal Earring. Rajas, Toreadors, Assassin's Armlets. The signed Scorp Harness +1. Boxer's Mantle, Swift Belt. The full Homoms. The drip. Yeah, placeholder. Placeholder is just that one. Because I think on retail, it included some of these other nearby crawlers. Unless I misremember. But I know some stuff like that is different on Horizon as well. Also, I will be right back because I gotta go check on my cats again. Back in a moment. Okay. I'm back. I have to stop and check on my cats pretty frequently. They both have litter box issues. So anytime I hear one of them digging around in the litter box, I have to go and check on them. Just waiting for Spippy. See if this placeholder comes up. There's our placeholder. just gotta keep killing that placeholder. What did you say it is? 5.5 minutes? You want to see something else that's exactly the way that it is? Peak design that is exactly the same as it was in Final Fantasy XI as it is in Final Fantasy XIV. Courier Carry. I love Courier Carry. Just a little crab friend carrying stuff on his back. We're going to be just kind of doing this for a little bit. This is notorious monster camping in Final Fantasy XI. Kill the placeholder, see if it spawns in, and then hope we get it. Hope we get it and hope we get the drop. I'm gonna go refill my water, stretch my legs, use the bathroom. Watch, it's gonna wind up spawning on this next go around, and Cypher's gonna get it while I'm AFK. But yeah, I'm gonna take care of stuff real quick, and then be right back. I'm back. Oh my god, it's Spippy. No drop. No drop. "45-minute respawn minimum." Move on to the next notorious monster, and then I can come back and try Spippy later. Although, there's usually competition for Humuju, and I don't really have a good way to claim. I guess Charm. Because Charm will still work to claim. Charm is a great way to claim, yeah. I'm trying to remember how that works. Is it TANPC? Oh, and the silks. Thank you. Thank you, Cypher. Okay, just target NPC works. So I should be able to just do this. I've already got a pet, but that would have used Charm to just automatically target. And Charm. Sorry. Hey, Deathridge. By the way, best MMO ever made. Star Wars Galaxies or this? Since that was right after Tyglorious mentioning Star Wars Galaxies. I actually never played Galaxies. I did play Star Trek Online for a while. See, I'm more of a Star Trek fan than a Star Wars fan. Stuff on a tree. I've got some silk. Yes, I've got 10. I have a stack of silk to sell. If nothing else, it's a little bit of money. Because I think silk is going for like 14, 13, something like that. 14k per stack. And usually silk thread is not too uncommon of a drop. That's why whenever I'm leveling up around Windurst, like, there's, it's not huge chunks of money, but there is at least somewhat consistent money to be made just from killing crawlers and getting silk, killing Yagudo for necklaces, because people, you have to, there's a lot of stuff where you need fame from specific locations to be able to access certain quests and things. And for ninjas and for a lot of other classes, you need fame in, I forget what it's referred to as, Norg. Basically the underground thieves area. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to farm Yagudo necklaces and trade them in a repeatable quest to really quickly build up your fame. And a lot of people don't want to bother with farming them, they just want to buy them off the auction house. So, farming up Yagudo necklaces and selling them can be decent money. Silk thread can be decent money. Bees and beehive chips. Again, none of it is like anything crazy, but it's consistent. I actually really used to come out here to Gideus a lot for money whenever I needed to build up some funds, because there's a few notorious monsters that spawn that you can periodically just kind of check in on and see if they're up, and if you get them and get their drop, that's some decent money. And then while you're waiting on them, you can farm all the other Yagudo for necklaces and for Beastman coins I think you can get silver beast coins, which sell for a decent amount. Hey, what's up, Ayed? Amazing game. Oh, I love this game. Love Final Fantasy XI. Played a lot of MMOs over the years, but this is the only one that I consistently want to come back to over and over again. Let's see if I remember how to get to the spot. I'm pretty sure it's this way. Drop down and then go out the tunnel here. You're like right at the top of it. Because I actually haven't come through to this spot in a while. But this used to be one of my favorite places to farm. Farm necklaces, farm notorious drops. Farm beast coins. Chest keys. Beehive chips. Sniper's already clearing them out. Nobody else here? One person, Chimera. And they're Monk War. They're probably not even bothering. They're not here for this. I'm guessing that means the, oh, maybe he is. He's running around here. I need to get rid of Courier Carry. I can Charm. I'm actually going to change that to... separate line. Put that over here. Yeah, I remember lots of people camping this back in the day. The mendicant's the placeholder. I clear these other ones out just because. It's a little bit of gil in the meantime. A little bit more money. Necklaces. But yeah, I used to like start up here and wipe through and clear this area. And then run around this way, and there's some higher level Yagudo over here. And there's another notorious Yagudo that spawns like right around the corner here. Midegi the Whirlwind. Oh, someone's farming this area. Pretty much exactly what this person's doing right here. That's what I used to do. Just kind of round up all these Yagudo. So I need to fix my draw distance. Here we go. Like, there's no reason for this map to be loading in at such a short range. And some fish in the oven. Nah, I'm good. Thank you. My stomach's not too happy today. And I'm still pretty full from dinner, breakfast. Woke up super late in the day and made scrambled eggs and waffles and sausage. So I'm still pretty full from all that. Just throw out some charms. Sometimes you get lucky and get it right as it spawns in. When I was doing this much more seriously, just sitting here camping, like, spam, spam, spam. It's kind of what you had to do when you had a lot of people competing for it. Here we've got, like, one other guy, like, kind of hanging around. Persecutor. There's the placeholder. Yep, silver beast coin. Another one of those little consistent things you can farm up here. Decent to stack and sell. Come on, game. Just give me the Yaguro. Give me the Yaguro. And either of the drops. Monster Signa would be nice. But I also just want the gloves. Just want the gloves for my white mage. Hey, what's up, Shinra? Glad to see you enjoying Final Fantasy XI. Just started on Horizon like 3 weeks ago yourself. Very nice. I've got a long, long history with Final Fantasy XI. I started playing it in 2004 during the North American PS2 release. And I played it for years and years and years, very consistently, up until around like 2015, 2016. And then I stopped playing and started up again on retail in like 2020 or 2019, somewhere around then. And didn't really like retail as much when I went back to it. I just don't like the pacing of it, how streamlined it is to get to 99 endgame. I just really prefer the game at the level 75 cap era. So then I played on another private server called Nasomi for a while. And then when Horizon started up, I started playing on Horizon. So I've had my account and I've been on here for a few years. But I haven't been playing consistently all that time. I pop on, I do stuff every once in a while. But it's one of those consistent comfort games that I come back to a lot. Most of the time when I come back to this game, I'm just fishing or crafting. But lately, I've needed some comfort games. So I've come back to good old Final Fantasy XI. I've been leveling and doing stuff again. Played 2004 till 2008 and just got back into it with Horizon. Nice. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun getting back into it. I love this era of the game. Yeah. It is a very relaxing game, except for when it's not. Most of the time it's a nice... Yeah, it's also Valheim. There's a lot of games kind of like that. Death Stranding, definitely get those kind of vibes where it's like, oh, it's nice. Take your time, go nice and slow. Look at this beautiful environment and go through all these really unique looking areas and really take your time doing all this stuff. And then shit gets crazy and shit gets intense and it's like, oh, I'm about to die. Oh, what's happening? What's going on? And then it's chill again. Like I was leveling Beastmaster and Crawler's Nest a couple days ago. And it was a nice, chill little time. Until I failed my charm on a lizard. And 4 other lizards linked with it. And just absolutely deleted me. I was like, well, fuck me, I guess. And Mendicant. I tried to rob him. And then he fished. Then I fished for the next 8 hours. Not quite that long, but after that death, I was just like, okay, I'm going to go fish. I'm going to go fish for a while. Need to start fishing? Oh, I mean, if you're talking about this game being relaxing. Sit down, get into your spot, get your groove going, just start fishing. I'm a sucker for the fishing minigame. A sucker for fishing. That was like the best thing that they added to come out of Silent Hill Ascension. Out of all of their shitty playable minigames when it was actually live, they added a fishing game that I only ever even got to play like once. Everyone loves video game fishing. I used to love real life fishing a lot too when I was younger, but I haven't been fishing in a very long time. Should probably fix that. Just too many other things that our money has to go towards right now. That's not fishing gear and license. Yeah, Rachel. Yeah, we don't have any kind of little pond or anything like that, and anywhere that we could go and fish. We probably would be fine, but I wouldn't want to risk it without having license and all that stuff. But I see plenty of people whenever we're just driving around, just like pull off to the side of the road and fishing off of bridges and shit. And I guarantee you a lot of them dudes don't have licenses. They're just out there catching fish. Put some stuff away. Sure, I have room in my inventory for all these things that are going to be dropping. Saying he could have 2 placeholders, but not seeing it in the code. Yeah. I mean, I usually just kind of clear this whole area anyway. Just not sure which ones, other than that mendicant, would be considered a placeholder, if at all. There's also a lot of stuff on the wiki that I know is not super accurate. It's just kind of copied over from other wiki pages, even though it's different on Horizon. Because I've run into that a few times. Where, like, they filled out the general information using other sources, but there's a lot of stuff on Horizon that is tweaked and slightly different. I also never really know exactly where he's going to spawn. I think the most common place I've gotten him is like in this little spot right here, kind of between this tree and that little corner. But I've seen him spawn over there where Cypher is. I've seen him spawn on the other side. More often I see him like right here. Nice. Give me that beast coin. Pair of ash clogs. Level 1 gear. That I think I just paid like 100 gil or whatever for a pair of those on my alt character on Pazuzu. And Teko. All this low level gear that's easy enough to just farm right here. But a lot of times I ain't dealing with that. That's the whole idea of this game. Like, I like that there's that economy of convenience. Where if you really want to take the time and go out and farm things that drop the gear for your lower level jobs and stuff like that, you can do it that way. But a lot of times you just want to switch to the job and run to the auction house and buy a gear set and just go. I kind of like doing a mix of both. A lot of times, you know, if I just want to get going and I've got the money to drop, then and I just grab everything I need off the auction house. But there's also a sense of satisfaction going around and like doing quests, farming creatures, whatever you need for drops, whatever you need to get like crafting materials, and then leveling up a craft so that you're, you know, crafting gear and stuff that you can actually use. In 14, you got addicted to making all your own gear? Exactly. I will say crafting and stuff is definitely a lot more acceptable. Not acceptable, accessible in 14. But you still do have to work for it, leveling those crafting jobs up. Ended up an Omnicrafter on accident. See, there's a lot of crafting in this game that I've never done. I like fishing and I like cooking. Those are the two that I almost always do every time I come back to this game. I like fishing and I like cooking. I don't know why. Those are great. I've done bone craft on my old account. I've done bone craft and I've done woodworking. Woodworking was fun. Because I was like, I'm just going to make furniture for all my friends. But I've never done a lot of these other crafts. I've never done smithing and goldsmithing. I've done a little bit of cloth craft and leather craft. Bone craft. I've never done alchemy. Alchemy, smithing, and goldsmithing are the three that I never have really touched in all my years of play in this game. Bone crafting sounds fun. Very metal, so to speak. Crafted from bone. It sounds a lot more metal until you're sitting there making your 2,000th stack of bone arrows. Looked at the new Toxic Commando game that came out. It's pure Left 4 Dead friend slop. Is that a compliment or? Because I played the demo. I actually installed and played the demo. I just played solo. But, yeah, Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood vibes. Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood vibes. I was having fun with it. Lil Thing makes filling grunts? What Lil Thing? My character? Are you referring to the... My Taru Taru? They're gnomes. A little bit. They kind of got some goblin-y noises from time to time. How dare you speak of Taru Tarus in this way? I mean, it's not... What was it that we were hearing? Literal, like... The sounds in this are kind of similar, but it's not the same. What was the one where we were hearing actual falling sounds? Where it was like the exact same noises from Valheim. Rune dice. It was rune dice. It was like goblins in rune dice. They sound... Literally, it's the same sound effect from Valheim for the Fullings. Loot goblin in it as well? Oh, major loot goblin aspects for Toxic Commando, because you get to go around and loot all of the crystals. Going around to all the clumps and crystals and all the different weapons and items and stuff that you can pick up, the different variations of them. It scratches a lot of those itches. You've got the skill tree so that you've got variation in how you want to play your builds and your different classes. Although, man, the skill tree thing and the class thing is nice for Toxic Commando. It's fine. But it makes me appreciate how fucking really good the card system in Back 4 Blood was. I loved the card building, deck-based loadout side of Back 4 Blood. Because we were playing that game so often, and it felt like every day we would get together and somebody, usually Yami, but somebody would just be like, I found such a stupid build with these cards that I got. And I love games like that, where you can just figure out really dumb stuff that winds up being very effective, or at the very least just very fun. Want to just never have to stop melee swinging? There's a build for that. Yeah, exactly. Want to just constantly throw grenades and cause explosions wherever you go? There's a build. Yeah, you don't have quite that much freedom. You don't have quite that much variety with your class system and your skill tree in Toxic Commando. But there's enough stuff on it that I'm definitely still curious to try stuff out, because there's still gonna be some cool stuff. Hey, what's up, Black Sun Gaming? How many necklaces am I going for? The necklaces are just a side objective. I'm up to 10 already. But we're camping the notorious monster. We want Humuju the Torrent. I would like a Monster Sigma for my my Beastmaster. Or some Zealot's Mitts for my White Mage. So me and Cypher are camping it out here. And then whenever this spawns, we'll probably go back and check Spiny Spippy again. And there's the placeholder. This was the only game you bought a keyboard for your console? So, when I first started playing this game, there was not really a good compatible PS2 keyboard that worked for me. So, let me find a picture of what I had. When I was playing this back in 2004 on my PS2, this was what I bought. This was what I used for years. This baby right here. So I still had all of the functionality of playing on a regular controller, my nice, easy triggers into macros and everything. But then using my thumbs to type on a little keyboard built into the controller. You just had to shrink your fingers. I mean, this, again, it was 2004, right? You were basically already typing like this on a lot of phones at the time. So it was not very dissimilar to texting. On your Nokia? I mean, more so than your Nokia. A little step up from the Nokia in the like early going into mid 2000s, where you'd have like a slide phone with a full keyboard if you were fucking fancy. And yeah, it was basically that, like a little, but those little rubber buttons for the keys. I used to be I used to make that shit work, man. That was what I made work for me. Cuz It let me play the game and communicate effectively without taking my hands off the controllers, where I could still hit all the macros and do everything I needed to do. So that was what I had, man. That was what made it work for me until I eventually switched over to playing pretty much always on PC. But that controller right there got me through years and years of just playing on PS2. That looks so much like Overkill. To be fair, there was another variant of that controller, I think by the same brand, where it was more of a full-size keyboard. Like it was it was not a complete full keyboard, but it was essentially just like a typable keyboard with controller stuff stuck on the ends. Did you find it? Um, yeah. Ico I-Type PS2. This one.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's the other variation. Where it was like a fully much more keyboard feeling keyboard with just sort of controller ends stuck on. But I had one of those and I almost never used it. Just because having the left and right side of the controller split that far apart made it way less comfortable to use. I would rather deal with using my thumbs to type out quick messages on the tiny little keyboard and have a normal feeling controller than have a super wide controller with a normal feeling keyboard in the middle. Now we have computer handhelds built mostly like that. I was just thinking that when we pulled it up. Like, it's basically just a Steam Deck. It's like your Steam Deck or your shit, basically a Switch. Yeah. I mean, having a screen makes a little more sense versus just being a keyboard, but it's interesting how that design managed to kind of stick around and come back. Come on, man. Give me my Yagudo. One like that for the Xbox controller. Keyboard was on the bottom instead of the top. Nice. Remember playing Lineage 2 as well? Just grindfest, but so addictive. I never played those. Staff would be huge. 400k. I didn't realize it was a 400k. I mean, it makes sense. It's one of the best in slot items for charisma for Beastmaster for a very long stretch of levels. I'm not even trying to get this to sell. I'm just trying to get it to use. Like staff would be great to work in for my Beastmaster gear. The gloves for my White Mage. Same thing for the Miss Silk cape. It's like a 30,000 gil cape. But I just want it for my White Mage because it's a better back piece than what I'm using. Although I need to see how many Beastman seals I've got saved up. Because that's another one of my favorite things to do for Gil. Is BCNMs. Burning Circle Notorious Monsters. So instead of this, where you're out in the world camping a notorious monster, you trade in the Beastman seals that drop from enemies to get an orb, and then you take the orb to a corresponding burning circle, which is just like a particular area in several different zones, several different dungeons. And then you fight. You do a particular instanced fight called a BCNM, a Burning Circle Notorious Monster fight. And a lot of them have chances for really rare drops, really valuable things. But sometimes you get crap. Sometimes you get nothing. But there's a few BCNMs that I like to run. There's one that you can do as like kind of a low-level Beastmaster. I think it's level 20 cap or level 30 cap, something like that. But it's basically a group of bats. And as Beastmaster, it's pretty consistent to just go in, charm one of the bats, make it fight the other bats. And you can get them to wear themselves down to the point where you've only got to deal with one and it's super injured by the time you're fighting it one-on-one. So it's a nice, consistent fight to do as Beastmaster, unless you fail your charms, in which case you just die and get eaten by bats. And there's another one that is really funny because it just is 3 chests. You go into the BCNM and there are 3 chests laid out. And you just pick one. And one of them will just instantly give you rewards. And the other 2 are mimics. And if you kill the mimic, if you spawn the mimic and you're able to kill the mimic, you can still get the rewards. But a lot of times I go in solo with no intention of just killing the mimic because I'm not strong enough to solo it. But I can just go into the fight, try to pick the right one, and then if I don't get it, just warp out and try again. You have to get more orbs, spend more seals to try again, but you can just grab another one and try again. Fish too hot and hit the back of your throat. I'm sorry. Quit deep-throating blazing hot fish from the oven. There he is. There's our boy. Umuju the Torrent. He's using his 2-hour. It's not going to help. Come on. Give me the things. Give me the things. Nothing? Like, actually nothing? I didn't even know it could drop nothing. I thought it always dropped at least, like, something. Like, not even a necklace? Not even a feather? I can understand not getting the staff or the gloves. Oh, fug. I'm going back to Spippy. I'm just gonna go back and forth between these and M's. Woo, RNG. That sucks, dude. That sucks. All that time camping it out. I had it in my head, like, we're probably not going to get the staff because the staff is super rare to get, but the gloves are a pretty consistent drop from what I remember when I used to camp this, but 17 gil. 17 gil and nothing else. Ooh. FF14 Cassie earring vibes. Oh, there's there's much worse stuff in Final Fantasy 11. There's much worse stuff in terms of some of the notorious monsters, how rare they are, and the incredibly stupid low percentage of some of their drops. There is some ridiculous stuff in Final Fantasy 11. Kraken Club. I could do an entire fucking 3-hour YouTube dissertation on the Kraken Club in Final Fantasy 11. Why does that make my sick brain want to play it even more? That's the thing. Like, it sucks. It really does, because this is it. You know, you spend... And this is an easy, like, notorious monster to get to. We weren't even dealing with that much competition. There's, like, one other person there besides us. So that was, like, super easy mode. The timer for it is relatively fast. The placeholder repop was relatively fast. That's one of the easier ones to deal with. There's some other ones out there where you can literally spend hours and hours for days on end trying to camp something and see it maybe once. And most of the time not get a drop of what you're actually trying to get. But that is where this game shines. Everything takes so much effort and so much time investment that when something does actually work out, when you do get a drop, when you do actually have the fucking planets align and you get what you're trying to get, it is so satisfying. It is so satisfying. I can remember camping notorious monsters with friends when I was at work. I used to work overnight for a jewelry company. It was like one of those televised jewelry sales. It was just called like the Jewelry Channel. And I used to work overnight as the stock prepper for the show. So all of the stuff that would go on air to be, you know, they would do the whole like QVC, selling the jewelry, have hand models showing it off and everything like that. You'd want to have like the best looking product for each model, each piece that you're selling. Make them look as nice and perfect and polished as possible. So that was my job for a few years, was the person who prepped the jewelry and made it presentable for being up close on television. And it was a cool job. I learned a lot of interesting stuff, and I got really good at it to the point where my entire shift of work, and I worked a long shift, it was like 10 hours every day. I was working like 50 plus hours a week, because I was the pretty much only person there overnight. So as soon as the rest of the warehouse and staff would go home, I'd be in there getting everything prepped that was going to be shown on TV for the next, 11 to 12 hours. And once I got really good at that job, I would get everything prepped and done and ready to go in my first 2 or 3 hours of my shift, and then have 7 hours of not having to do anything. Like once per hour, somebody from the studio would bring me back the tray of all the jewelry pieces that they showed from the previous hour and swap it out for the tray for the next hour. But other than making that exchange, that swap of trays filled with jewelry, and occasionally having them bring something to me that needed to on the spot, like fix or polish or whatever, or replacement, I didn't have to do much. I just had to be there. So I just started taking my laptop into work and playing Final Fantasy XI. I would finish all my trays and have all the jewelry prepped and everything I needed done in my first 3 hours of shift, and spend the next 7 hours of my shift playing Final Fantasy XI. And I'd literally sit and camp NMs with with my friends from work. Is Crawler's Nest still around? Crawler's Nest is absolutely still around. I was leveling in Crawler's Nest last night. Solo leveling my Beastmaster. Cypher camps the grand worms and kings in H&M shell. Yeah, there's H&M's hyper notorious monsters. See, you start doing stuff like that, and I feel like it is fun coming back to regular little notorious monsters like this. When you've kind of gotten used to doing mostly the end game stuff. But I like doing stuff like this. Even back when I played this game a lot, and I had 75 jobs and I was all at endgame, I'd always still just do stuff like this. Just come and camp little random smaller notorious monsters. You can only get excited over King Behemoth so many times. Although that stuff is really fun when you experience it the first time. I still vividly remember the first time going with my Link Shell and doing stuff like KB, doing stuff like All the Gods in Sky. I used to go up as Red Mage Nin and camp Despot. I don't even remember what it dropped. It dropped something good. But I just remember camping and fighting Despot over and over on Red Mage Nin. Got Spippy? Oh my god! The benefits of being a thief with Flea. Cypher's making it happen. Oh. Full of silk thread again. Please. Please. Two Spippy kills. And we got 5 silk threads, 1 torrent kill, and we got 17 gil. Ugh. This is awful luck. Treasure Hunter's on backwards. You're wearing it inside out. It's all for the content. Well, we've got 45 minutes to wait for Spippy. I think we have like an hour, little less than an hour to wait for the torrent. Gotta roll out, have Dynamis in 5 hours. All good. Good thing I didn't play this in college, or I would have never graduated. Hey. Look at Mr. Fancy over here. Went to college. I played this game instead of going to college, and look where I'm at in life. Thank you again, Cypher. I really appreciate having you come out and help with my silly little low-level notorious monster hunts. That's crazy that, like... I'm still blown away by the torrent dropping nothing but 17 gil. I've played this game for the better part of 20 plus years, and I don't think I've ever seen it drop 17 gil and nothing else. Ever. I was thinking we would at least get the gloves. I feel like every time I've killed it, I've gotten monster signa from it many times, but I feel like almost every time I've killed it, I get gloves at least, if I'm not getting the signa drop. Am I playing this on PC with controller? No, I'm playing this on PC with keyboard. Not even keyboard and mouse. I play just on keyboard. It's just how I've gotten used to playing this game over such a long period of time. Like, there's mouse functionality and stuff to it, but I don't use it. Same for controller. You can set up controller and everything if you prefer that, but I do everything with just my keyboard. And you may have noticed just from watching the stream, just like for anybody who's been watching, I don't even have macros set up for like everything. Like I macro all of my basic stuff that I need to like quickly access, but I'm not like a lot of other people who play this game and macro every single action. Like, I will manually open up submenus and stuff like that, because again, it's just certain ways that I've gotten used to playing this game over such a long period of time. Like, yeah, I could macro weapon skills, or I can just hit Control W and then mash enter on what I need. And it's funny, a lot of that has come from experience where I used to macro things out a lot more. And I found that I'm more careful about what I choose if I open up a specific menu, if I'm opening up the job menu, if I'm opening up the weapon skill menu, if I'm opening up my beast menu, if I'm manually opening up a submenu and selecting what I want to do, I'm far less likely to make a mistake. Whereas I will 100% just like Control 1, Control 2, fuck up a macro where I mix up what macro it's supposed to be and I hit the wrong one, or I just fat finger and hit, you know, the wrong button or the button right next to the one that I'm trying to hit. Like, I've had more mistakes when I have everything macroed out than otherwise. So I tend to just like macro a few important things and then manually do a lot of other stuff. Looking forward to more Final Fantasy XI streams. This, I wasn't sure how this stream would go, because I'm just like, I never know how anything is going to go on my stream if it's not Silent Hill or if it's not horror. Just because, you know, that's the channel and everything that I've kind of built up. I understand why it is that way. But my expectations are low whenever it comes to like what to expect from people showing up. So I do appreciate that people are, even though it's not like the same number of viewers and stuff that show up for stuff like Silent Hill or whatever, but the fact that anybody's here watching me play Final Fantasy XI makes me very happy, so thank you guys. That I had some silver beast coins already stacked up. I've got necklaces to sell. I've got silk thread to sell. Start stacking beehive chips. Say crawler calcs. Alright. Time to fish for the next 8 hours. Hey, what's up, Nico? Been watching and enjoying your stuff for a long time, mostly on YouTube. Wanted to do something nice in the form of a gift on Steam. Sent you a friend request out of the blue, so apologies if it came across weird or whatever, if you even saw it. Did I already accept you? Because I remember I added... Oh, no, I see you. I see you right here. I got you added. I added some new people. I don't check my Steam friend list stuff very often, so I apologize for that. But I added some other people, some other friends from our community, like Naptime, who was kind enough to gift me Resident Evil Requiem. That was the whole reason that I was able to do a playthrough of Requiem. Was thanks to Naptime gifting me a copy of that on Steam, so I really do appreciate that. And just so you know, as a fair warning, don't take it personally if I don't immediately like play anything that you gift me. Sometimes I just gotta be in the mood to play a specific game, and I always worry that people get the impression that if I accept a gift or a game or something like that, that it's an obligation to stream it. So just be aware. It's nothing personal if I don't like immediately play it or anything like that. Nobody's buying my pee-pee Ruz. Everyone just stopped buying them after March 10th. What happened to the Pipira community? Where are my Pipira enjoyers? They were selling for 4,000. I'm selling mine for 3,100. I've got like 20 stacks of them up there. Buy my Pipiras. Do I even have room to sell necklaces? These are going for 2,000 a stack. No, I don't have room. I'm gonna have to take some of my Pipiras down. Bell. Necklaces. Put them up for 19. Silk thread. Oh, why? I just checked silk thread the other day. It was so much. It's already dropped to 9,900. Guys. Garbage. It sucks. But here, just to show, here's the things that we were trying to get from those enemies just now. Those notorious monsters that we were camping. I was trying to get the Mist Silk Cape. This is what can potentially drop from Spiny Spippy. It's a level 10 White Mage Cape that gives you +1 Mind and +3 Holy. And it goes for 30,000 gil. So that would have been nice. Instead, we got 5 silk threads. And then the staff that could have dropped from the Yugudo is the monster. Here it is, the monster Signa, which gives you +8 charisma, which is very, very good for Beastmaster. +5 HP, +5 MP, both decent. -5 vitality, which is kind of whatever. Basically evens out with the HP that it's giving you. 400,000. For the monster Signa. And I don't even want to sell it. I just want to use it on my Beastmaster. And then that same notorious monster can also drop Zealot's Mitts. Here they are. Level 11 gloves. They give you 5 MP, -2 intelligence, but +3 mind. Very good for white mages. 60,000 for the gloves. 400,000 for the staff, 60,000 for the gloves. It dropped 17 gil. It just sucks. How much do these Pipira sell to NPCs for? Because I just kind of need some money and some inventory space. And they are not moving on the auction house. I could cook them. I could send them over to Pazuzu and cook them into roast Pipiras. And maybe those will sell faster. Oh, 50 gil a piece. $50 gil a piece. I'm just gonna send them to Pazuzu. Sending them to Pazuzu. I'm gonna send these 3 stacks and just cook them and see if they sell faster. Hey, Tato Chop. Is Final Fantasy XI as difficult to get into as they say? Honestly, whatever you've heard, it's probably more difficult in reality. But I like it. I like it, but I'm biased because I've been playing it for 23 years. But there's an overwhelming amount of stuff to learn about this game when you're first starting off. And not a lot of people want to have to learn that much about a game to be able to play it, you know? But this is definitely one of those games where, like, you're going to want to look up guides, you're going to want to look up wikis, multiple different sites, lots of different sources of information. And even then, there's a lot of stuff that is very unintuitive just as a result of being an early 2000s MMO. Cat, what are you doing? Just climbing around behind my monitor PC stand setup. Yeah, he's gonna step on a power switch or something and turn off my whole setup, I'm sure. Cookie and a brat, get out of here. That's Pazuzu, by the way. That's our cat Ziggy, who we just call Pazuzu because he's fucking demon. Oh, Nico. Thank you so much for Resident Evil 4. I'm assuming this is remake. Because I think I've already got RE4 Classic. I mean, I know I've got it. I think I've already got it on Steam anyway. Takes so much longer to figure out what's in the library now because Rachel and I have combined our Steam libraries. Okay, I see how they separate it. I was like, why did they just call it Resident Evil 4? Designate which one is the remake. They do it the other way around. The remake is just called Resident Evil 4, and Resident Evil 4 Classic is Resident Evil 4, and then in parentheses, 2005. To me, it should be the other way around. It should be... This should be Resident Evil 4. Classic Resident Evil 4 should be called Resident Evil 4. And Resident Evil 4 Remake should be called Resident Evil 4, in parentheses, 2021? When did this come out? $2023. I think I'm winding down towards the end of my play session today, but I'm gonna do some fishing first. Maximilian made a really good YouTube video on Final Fantasy IX about how he was addicted. Do you mean 11? Because Max also used to play 11 a lot. A lot of fighting game community people were playing Final Fantasy XI. I think you might be talking about this game, MacGyver, Final Fantasy XI. Because the Roman numerals are the same, you just switch the X and the I. XI is 11, IX is 9. People mix that up all the time. But I was the same way. I was at a point where I would consider a very similar experience for my life. I was playing this game on a laptop while I was at work. I was having friends come over to like hang out, and I like would step away and play this game. I'd just be like in my room. Friends are hanging out and drinking, having fun, doing stuff in the other room, and I'd just be like, all right, well, my link shell needs me to help with this thing, so I'm just going to be in my room playing this. Again, the game just requires so much time investment for everything. It was one of its biggest strengths because it was just... It made your time investment feel satisfying when you actually accomplish things, when you actually get to level 75, when you get your missions done, when you start doing endgame content. Like, every little step felt like a big achievement because it took so much to do anything in this game. But at the same time, it took so much to do anything in this game. So it was kind of a curse as well as a blessing. Its biggest strength was also one of its biggest weaknesses because you had to invest so much time into it. It wound up taking away a lot of your time from other aspects of your life. That's why this game, like, ever since it launched, there's a little pop-up window that would come up and be like, Final Fantasy XI is an amazing world, but don't forget your friends and family. And like, literally, there would be a pop-up warning, like, don't forget you have a real life outside of this. And anybody who plays this guaranteed saw that message thousands and thousands of times and completely disregarded it, as we all do. But this is, I don't know, this is my life. I've always played video games. I might not have a whole lot to show for it, but I'm also streaming and have been for 15 years. And it's a huge part of my life. Video games have always been a huge part of my life, so I don't know. I'm fine with it. I understand and accept the things, the choices I've made, the interests that I've cultivated and obsessed over. It's also what they do on RuneScape. You've been playing a long time now. Consider taking a break? Yeah. I'll consider it once I get my crafting up to 100. Speaking of which, what am I at? 25 fishing. I think I can fish here until level 29. Let me double check. Pipiras, they cap at 29. Cannot fish here. Just go around to the spot that I was fishing at the other night. Go to this side of the lake. And we've got the crawler. So I can... farm more silk while I fish. Livlin, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 25 months. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. We don't want that. Yeah, Liv, there's still a lot of people playing Final Fantasy XI. Both on retail servers and on private servers like the one I'm on. There's like consistently around 2,000 players and up on this private server. And I don't even know what server population's like for retail, to be honest, but there's still a lot of people playing Final Fantasy XI. The game is still getting, like, minor updates. I got a fucking email about Final Fantasy XI retail updates, like, 2 days ago. What's better, retail or private? It just depends. It depends on the kind of experience that you want. For me, I have a ton of nostalgia for this era of the game. The level 75 cap era of the game was what I was most fond of and when I sank the most time into playing this game. So it's much more difficult. It's very brutal playing on a private 75 cap server like Horizon. There's very little that you can do solo. Like, you can craft, but eventually you'll hit a wall where, like, you need to level up so that you can go to other areas, so that you can farm the resources to continue crafting and skilling up. And once you've got to start leveling, you've got to start getting into groups with people, you've got to start relying on people to get missions done so that you can get access to more parts of the world. So there's certain things you can do solo, but there's a lot of the game that you need to rely on other people for. And if you don't already have friends who are willing to join you in your quest of playing this game, which it's a difficult game, and at this point it's 23 years old, so it can be hard to get people into it with you. I say that from personal experience, trying to get all of my friends to play this game, and I still wind up by myself. And it's fine. I get it. That's what I'm saying. I understand. It is a hard type of game to get into. So I love this type of game, though. I like this era of Final Fantasy XI. So I really like this type of private server that focuses on maintaining the feel and sense of those first years of the game's release. Whereas if you play on retail, if you play on the actual retail servers now, it is designed to streamline you into endgame. The goal is to get everybody who's new to endgame as fast as possible, because that's where the majority of the population is all people doing endgame content. So you playing on retail, it's designed to be soloed because there's so few players in the lower level spectrum of the game that it's not as reliable to get on and have the same community to get together and level up your jobs. So instead, on retail, you have the trust system, which basically lets you summon NPCs from the game to fight alongside with you. So there's major story NPCs and stuff like that that you can recruit through various means and have them fight with you. And you basically just, you play solo with your computer controlled allies. And yeah, there's new mechanics that are built in called sparks. I forget what the full thing is called, like sparks of eminence or something like that. And you basically have like daily quests, like kill 10 of this type of enemy, like kill 10 bumblebees, and you'll unlock 100 sparks of whatever, and kill this many things, do this, do that quest, do this mission. You do all these things, your little checklist of dailies, and it gives you a bunch of sparks that you can then use for gear, so that you're leveling up quickly, you're getting gear easily. You get like much easier access to the world. Like you don't have to run everywhere on foot as much. There's a lot of instantly teleporting around. So retail servers, you can jump in, you can get around easier, you level up faster, you don't have to rely on other people, you can solo with trusts all the way up to level 99. And then once you hit 99 and you start getting into the end game stuff, then you start grouping up with other people and doing other stuff. I don't like that rush pace for this type of MMO. So I just don't like retail. I don't like playing retail. I rejoined and played retail about 5-6 years ago. and got all the way up to endgame and was doing endgame with some people, and I was just kind of like, yeah, I miss this experience. I miss the slow, grueling grind to get to the end game more than the end game itself. So I prefer the private server. But it's all personal preference. If you're planning on just playing by yourself and not having a whole lot of people to play with, and you still want to have something of the Final Fantasy XI experience, pay for a month of retail. It's like $13, and you can probably get to endgame within that month and see if it's something that you really enjoy or not. But then you can play on Horizon for free. Could you please link the private server? Yeah, one sec. Let me catch this fish. And for any of you, like if you decide to get into Final Fantasy XI and you do want to jump on Horizon, you can just send me a tell in game. Like if you press space and open up your chat, type /T space to send a tell, and then type in my character name, Viviti, Viviti, and then, send me a message. If you make a character and send me a message in game, I've got a link shell, nothing masters. There's literally nobody in it but me. We had, I think, like 6 or 7 people from our community join this game and start playing it for a little while, and every single one of them dropped out because it's a brutal MMO that's very difficult to get into. So that is just the way things go. But if you decide to join and you play, I'm more than willing to jump on and play and help. Just let me know. And let me get you the link for Horizon. It's just Horizon 11 or horizonxi.com. There's also a Discord channel with some stuff that might be useful. I've got a Horizon FF11 channel. Like, if people from our community want to join, if you're not already in my Discord community, put a link for that. So there's my Discord. And then Horizon has its own Discord as well, that I'm pretty sure you can get to from their main website. But I highly recommend joining the Horizon Discord as well, because there's a lot of helpful channels on there for asking for help. There's a new players channel for asking questions, because you're going to have a lot of questions, no matter how familiar you might be with other MMOs. If you're just getting into Final Fantasy XI, there's going to be a ton of stuff that doesn't make sense, because just the nature of being an early 2000s MMO, when people were still kind of figuring out how to make MMOs. So there's a lot of very unintuitive things in this game. So like you can't be afraid to ask questions. I don't know why I'm catching this. It's a monster. All monsters. Download it now. Might need to message on Discord for the link shell and stuff when it's complete. No worries. If you need any help setting up, if you need any help once you get in game, yeah, just let me know in the Discord. or send me a whisper on Twitch, whatever way you're comfortable reaching out. I don't mind helping people play Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, WoW is kind of a similar thing. That's the whole reason why WoW Classic exists. Like if Square ever decided to make an official Final Fantasy XI Classic, like official 75 era servers, 100% I would check them out and play. But they don't offer it. The experience I want is not offered through official channels. But thankfully, private servers exist. And not only exist, but are well populated. How long has Horizon been around? Will it be around for a long time? It's been around since 2022 or 2023. I was just looking at that earlier. I was trying to see when I started. Yeah, 2022, December 2022 is when Horizon launched. And they are currently working on their next big update. They're adding the Treasures of Adargon expansion, which was my favorite expansion of the 75 level cap era for this game. So that adds a ton of new things to the game, a lot of new areas, a lot of new jobs, just tons and tons of new content. So they're going to be around for quite a long time as they continue adding to this era of the game. Because they've said that their goal is to eventually include all of the major expansions, even the ones that went beyond the 75 era cap, and scale those expansions down to level 75 so that it maintains a lot of the same feel even for some of the later expansion stuff. Now, all of that is going to be like years and years down the line. They've been working on Treasures of Adargon for the last like 4 years almost, and it's still not out yet. They're close to it. They've been teasing it, and they're already including NPCs and things in the game to start building towards Adargon being added. So that's going to be relatively soon, probably within the next like year or so, that they get that added. And then I'm sure there's going to be a lot of bug fixing and adjusting and rebalancing that comes with that. But it's a very active community. And it's a very active private server with no signs of really slowing down. Can you make purchases on this game for private server? There's no real money involved. There's no subscription fee for the private server. There's not in-game stuff to buy. It is all free. You pay for things in this game with your time. Your time investment is how you get things. Also, yeah, legally they can't because Square would step in if they were making money on it. But as long as it's a free server without any sort of microtransactions or anything like that. RuneScape servers try to sell gold on their private servers. Yeah, it's not like that. Not like that. I mean, technically, there's always RMT, even in private servers for 11 like this. There are RMT, but The staff who run this server are pretty good at getting rid of RMTers and removing gold and equipment from the economy when that kind of stuff tends to happen. It's going to be a thing in almost every MMO, but it's nothing that is like advertised or pushed onto you. You have to go out of your way to some shady websites to start buying gil on a fucking free private server. So as long as you're not doing that, this game doesn't try to get you to buy anything. No, this game's like Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV was very heavily modeled around Final Fantasy XI. Like, most of the things that exist in Final Fantasy XIV are the way that they are because of this game. Like, you freely can swap and play whatever job you want to do. Like, right now, I'm on Beastmaster, but I can go back to my house and switch over, and you can see here's my like list of jobs. So I can go switch to Warrior, I can go switch to White Mage, I can go switch to Red Mage. I can do any of that at any time I want and play whatever I want. You level them all up separately, and this game has the sub-job system. So you can see like I'm 47 Beastmaster and 15 Thief. So Thief is my sub-job right now, kind of like a Dungeons & Dragons multi-class. But you have to switch over to Thief as your main job and level that up separately compared to, like, Beastmaster. Like, if I go and level up Beastmaster right now, even though Thief is my sub-job, I'm not earning experience towards my Thief level. I have to switch over to Thief to level that. But your sub-job is always half the level of your main job. So you get whatever the abilities, whatever the spells, whatever the job traits are that you would normally have from that job at that level, added to whatever your kit is on your main job. So right now, we were just hunting some notorious monsters, and I wanted to try to improve our drop rate. So I'm using Thief as my sub-job because it has the Treasure Hunter passive ability to make drops more likely, which is funny considering how shitty those drops were. But the theory is there. The idea is there that you level up your jobs separately. You get your abilities and stuff by equipping your different sub-jobs. And then crafting is its own separate thing as well. It's not tied to a class the way that it is in 14. 17 gil gonna be a thing now. Yeah, I know. 17 gil. It's gonna be the thing. Make an emote. Make some merch. Can we make 17 gil a thing? Sure. What's the best nation to start off in? I'm making a character now. I have a lot of bias when it comes to that question. I would say in the overall health of the game, the way that it is, Sandoria would probably give you the most, like, other people who can help with stuff. Me specifically, I love Windurst. I am Windurst until I die. I absolutely love Windurst. I don't care if we're last place in World Conquest right now. You can see Bastok, Balance of Power up in the top right there. Bastok is currently number 1, Sandoria is number 2, and Windurst is a very distant number 3. The thing is, it can be kind of difficult when you are trying to get missions done and stuff like that. There's way more people in Sandoria and Bastok doing those same missions, so you're much more likely to find other people doing the same things that you need done. Whereas if you play in Windurst, there's less Windurst people around, so it can be harder to find people who can help out with those particular missions and stuff. But for me, I always go Windurst. If you plan on playing with me, or if you want me to be able to help you with a lot of the stuff that you're doing, I can help a lot easier if you go Windurst. But it's your gameplay experience outside of just whatever interaction you might have with me. It's an entire world of thousands of people that you're going to have to interact with and do stuff on your own and do stuff with randoms. So your experience is going to rely on some of that as well. As said, I'll do everything I can to help anybody who starts in Windurst. But I feel like overall, if you wind up investing a lot of time into this game, it'll be easier starting Sandoria or even Bastok. Love the music in Sandoria so much. The bagpipes. The fucking bagpipes. I love all of the Starting Nation music, but I definitely get tired of Sandoria's the fastest. There's a lot of really good parts to the Sandoria theme. When the bagpipes stop playing so much, and it does the little, like, quieter parts. Bum, 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 bum. Those parts are great. But every time it loops back around to that's when I'm like, alright. Turn the music down. Turn these fucking bagpipes down. And of course, Windurst is my favorite. I used to fall asleep to the Windurst music all the time. The Windurst, just general Windurst music and Heaven's Tower, I would literally just idle. I would let my game run in the background in Heaven's Tower and just fall asleep to that music back in the day. You see all these fish I've caught? My skill has finally increased by 0.1. What's up, Hell Smasher? How am I liking the server? I mean, I love Horizon. I've been playing on and off for the last couple years, since Horizon started. But lately, I go through phases. I go through phases where I get into this and then I break away from it and play other stuff, but Vana'diel is one of those worlds that just always draws me back in. I've been coming back to this MMO more than anything else. Like, you think about, I'm predominantly known as a Silent Hill streamer and a Silent Hill fan. I would say the amount of time I have spent in Silent Hill across all of the games over the years, I've probably spent a comparable amount of time in Vana'diel, where it is like tens of thousands of hours. Why is this so ridiculously addictive, even just to watch fishing? Yeah, this is it. Like, you guys are still here watching this. You're still here watching me just hang out and chat and reminisce on how much of my life I used to sink into games like this 20 plus years ago while I sit here and fish. And even that is good. Satisfying. You're going for the 10,000 moat quest? Good luck. You're gonna get that, Lu Shangs. I believe in you. Get that Lu Shangs fishing rod. People were suggesting that I should do that in chat earlier too. I've played this game a lot, and I always do fishing, but I've never actually done the moat carp quest. I always just buy my Lu Shangs. Because if you just fish up the moat carp and sell them on auction house, you get enough money to buy a Lu Shangs rod way before 10,000 carp caught. Like, if I ever need money, I just fish moat carp and sell them. That's another good, consistent moneymaker right there. Right now, I'm not even making money. I'm just fishing up Pipira for skill. Because these motherfuckers do not sell. I've got 20 fucking stacks of these things up on the auction house. They are not moving. And they're undercut by like 1,000 gil. And they are not moving. I might try cooking them. I sent some over to my alt character that I do cooking on. And I'm gonna try seeing if the roast Pipira sell any faster. You're pulling 600 carps a day? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That's a good daily haul. That's a lot of sitting and fishing. And you do kind of just, I don't know. I do the same thing. You get into a vibe, put some music on, put a long video YouTube essay on or a podcast on, and just sit and fish. Hey, my silk thread sold. A tiny amount of money again. 17 gil. This game's very grindy. That is the understatement of the year. There's definitely some grindier MMOs out there. But this one is up there. It's not quite, I would say, yeah, DFO, more or less grindy than RuneScape. It's about on par with RuneScape. I would say it's pretty comparable to RuneScape. After Carp Quest, going for Ebisu? Good luck. Good luck. Ebisu? You learned from Silent Hill F. Ebisu Gaoka. Ebisu is the Japanese god of luck and fishing. That's what Ebisu Gaoka is named for in Silent Hill F. And that's why there's a fishing rod named the Ebisu rod. Looks a lot nicer than RuneScape, though. Yeah, I love the art style of this game. The art style and the music does a lot of heavy lifting for me when it comes to Final Fantasy XI. I'm realizing why I enjoy so many of the other games that I do whenever I revisit Final Fantasy XI, and I start looking at this world and I'm like, this looks kind of like Valheim. It looks very Valheim-y. Like, it's not Minecraft pixely, but it is still... It's got that kind of chunkiness, blurriness to it, but there's also still a... Yeah. They try to look like trees. Grass kind of looks like grass, like... You can tell those are fish swimming around in there. Hey, what's up, lad? Fishing Fridays are back. You know it. Good old Fishing Fridays. Hope you're doing well, dude. And thank you for the follow, Hell Smasher. In case you just found my channel randomly, you should know I almost never play this game on stream. This is usually my off-stream comfort game, but lately all I have felt like playing is off-stream comfort games, so I figured we just might as well stream. I never know how many people are going to show up and watch. Most people watch me because I play a lot of horror games, and Silent Hill is like the focus of the channel, but... This is one of my favorite games. I've been having a rough week. I've been needing some comfort game in my life. And I mean... Just look at this. Listen to that fishing music. Sound effects. The music of Saruta Baruta. Says I can't delete character for 7 days. Say if I accidentally misclick, does it give a timer? Is it automatically gone? Or if I change my mind? I don't remember. I know if you do have issues, that would be something to bring up to the staff on the Horizon Discord. But it's been so long since I set things up on this, I really don't remember what the deal was with, like, your initial character creation. But you're able to make multiple characters. Like, if you make your main character, like, whatever your first character made is sort of what is going to be associated with your account for playing the game. But if you decide to change your mind, like, oh, I would rather be a Galka, and, you know, start over, you can make a secondary character and just play that character instead. I forget how many characters you can have per account. I think it's 3, because I've got 3. I don't remember if there was more that are available that I just didn't make more, but I think it might just be 3. 14 players finding out there's no Fantasia economy in Horizon. Now with this game, it's all about leveling up your crafting and getting your signed items. Having signature pieces of clothing and furniture and stuff like that for your house that has the name of the person who crafted it in it. Says I can do background resolution. I'm at 1440p. Don't know if 4090 by 4096 is enough. Don't know these tech details. So there is... Here. Let me log out and check my details, because a lot of that is going to affect... Yeah, I think the default is not good. I think I wound up changing the default because the UI for this game scales in a weird way. There's different resolutions for like your in-game resolution and your UI resolution. And if your UI is like too high, it makes text like super tiny and stuff just doesn't look right. So let me see what I've got set up, and that will probably give you a better starting point than the default. And then if you need to tweak it from there, you can probably do so to match personal preference. Let me see if I can... I don't think I can see that from the login screen. Okay, yeah, so it does say up here in the top right, number of characters registered 3, 0 more characters can be made. So yeah, once you make your 3 characters, you're at your limit. But again, if you make your initial character, like if you made a Taru like this, and then you decided, oh, I'd rather be a Mithra, or I'd rather be an Elvon, you can just make another character and just play them instead. Whatever you want to do. Same thing for the starting nations. Like, both my main and my secondary are in Winders, but then my third is in Sandoria. So technically, if you wanted to start Sandoria and get through Sandorian missions, I could jump on this character and help you get through that stuff. But you could literally just make a Winderstian character, a Sandorian character, a Bastokian character, and play a little bit of each and figure out what you like. Let me get you those details. Does this work? Yeah, background aspect ratio, I've got 16 by 15. Let me get you those graphic settings from the launcher. So from the launcher, click on settings, click on general. On general, my window resolution is 1920 by 1080. I have it playing at borderless windowed. And then on the graphics tab, oh, maybe mine is default. My background resolution is 4096 by 4096. My menu resolution is 1920 by 1080. I don't remember what defaults are. That might be default. I can't remember if I tweaked that at all. But background resolution 4096 by 4096, menu resolution 1920 by 1080 is what I'm using. And then I have graphic stabilization turned on, map compression turned on, maintain aspect ratio turned on, bump mapping turned on. All of my environment, textures, fonts, MIP mapping, all of that is turned up to high. I don't think there's much else here that I really changed. There's a lot of useful extensions and add-ons that are automatically built into this game, but it's a little easier to get into all that later on, kind of once you get started. And let me also pull up the Horizon Wiki. Yeah, background res at 4096, that's what I was just playing on, so I think it'll be fine. As said, that should be okay for you to get in game and kind of see how stuff looks, and if you need to tweak it beyond that, you can. But here is the Horizon Wiki in chat. So it's got a lot of stuff. For example, there's like a new player hub with a lot of your basic information going over how to explore, how to level up, what to do first, some just general new player guides, new player FAQ guides, and setup guides and stuff like that. Yeah, it's probably going to have to install like firmware or something. Again, it's been a few years, not since December 2022 since I installed Horizon and set all this stuff up. So I'm a little bit fuzzy on the setup details. I'm sorry, I'm not able to more accurately remember a lot of that stuff. But like I said, um, if you're not already in my community Discord, definitely feel free to join in. I'll put that link in chat one more time. So if you do feel like joining my Discord, we've got the Horizon FF11 text channel in there. So if you have any questions, even if I'm not online or streaming or anything, I'll periodically check in on the Discord and do my best to answer. And then a lot of times, if I'm not doing something else and you need me to jump on, or if I have whatever, nothing going on and I just want to jump on, then yeah, we can always set something up and play. But that's going to be it for me tonight. I played way too much the last 2 days, and it was nice being able to sit down and play it for like 6 hours today. I didn't even 6 hours blew by like nothing playing this game. This is why it's so dangerous, man. I love this game, and I will literally just sit down and play it, and 12 hours will go by and I'm like, what happened? Why is it light outside? Um but hey, that was a very productive 6 hours. I got my Chocobo license. I got some outpost quests done. I got some other questing stuff done on my alt account, and we farmed some notorious monsters for 17 gil. So, and we fished for like 0.04 skill. That's a productive day in Final Fantasy 11. Um, but yeah, thanks you guys. I really appreciate you all coming by, hanging out. Again, I've been down in the dumps. Depression's been hitting me hard this week. Uh, we've been struggling with a lot of stuff in real life. Our phones got cut off and we only just had enough money to get them turned back on like yesterday. So stuff has been stressful and I've been needing an escape, and Horizon has been a wonderful escape for the last few days. And I just decided to stream it and share it with you guys today. I'm not expecting anybody to want to hang around and watch. And a lot of you guys actually did hang out and keep me company and make me feel so much better. Help me take my mind off of things. So like really appreciate all of you just being here. Seriously, thank you. Just, you could be anywhere, you could be watching anything, and you're spending your time here with me and our community, even when I'm playing something very different from what I'm typically known for playing. So that makes me feel very good. That helps me immensely. And that's exactly what I needed to help boost those down those negative down mental feelings. So thank you. Seriously. Thank you all so much. All right. That's it for me. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I have no clue. I'm not going to make any plans. We might play more Final Fantasy. We might play Silent Hill. We might play some Fatal Frame. I just finished getting all of Fatal Frame 1 through 3 are set up and ready to play and stream, because I've been wanting to replay those before playing the Fatal Frame 2 remake that's about to come out, or is out now. Next week, Alex comes out in Street Fighter 6, so when that happens, I'm probably going to be playing a lot of Street Fighter 6. There's going to be a lot of random stuff that I feel like playing right now. So streams are going to be very sporadic in terms of time and length and game. Everything's just going to be all over the place. But hey, I appreciate y'all being here, regardless of what I'm playing. And I'll see y'all next time. Much love, everyone. Peace.